Bleh.
Hello, how are you? I am back again. Um, I don't I hope it sounds okay because I listened back to the last video and I realized when you put the mic too close to the mouth, boom, really, really loud. So I hope this is just the right length. Please let me know if that's not the case. If you like this content, by the way, welcome to the Jeff Show. If you like my content, please subscribe to the channel. Please like this video. Please leave a comment. Yada, yada, yada. 123 XYZ. You know me. ABC. So I am like still on a pretty big Return of the Living Dead kick. I had so much fun talking about the novelization and the differences between the novelization and the movie that I figured, you know what? I am going to keep this rolling because I was trying to think of something else for me to talk about today. Because I'm trying to make a video every day. It's very difficult to do that. And I said, you know what? I'm going to keep going with the Return of the Living Dead for as long as I can. So I thought, why not talk about the Return of the Living Dead, the complete history of, or the complete history of the Return of the Living Dead. Thumbnail. It's perfect. I love this book. This book is so awesome. I don't know if it's still available. If it is still available, please do yourself a favor and go pick this thing up because it is just, it's so well done. The tender loving care, every film, let alone cult film, let alone horror film that has some sort of rabid following or fan base deserves the type of tender loving care that this franchise got with this book. So I thought we would take a look through it, see some of the really exciting stuff that's in it. It's made, I like books like this too because, it's not like pulp paper. It's kind of got like a magazine quality to it. You don't have to worry about mold in the same way you do with pulp paper. I had a mold scare with my books, my book collection, because whatever. That a long story. Point is that this book is totally okay because of the way it was made. It says it's $25. I don't remember how much I paid for it. I ordered it the moment that it was available. This book is done by Gary Smart, who I'm friends with on Facebook. He does a lot of Return of the Living Dead stuff. Gary is a genius. And Christian Sellers and Gary Smart. These guys, these people are geniuses. I love what they put together. I think they're British. And I'm a little annoyed that they did include Return of the Living Dead 4 and 5 because to me, I don't even consider those a part of the franchise, but they are included in here, which is annoying. I hate seeing the zombie, the cybernetic zombie from part 4 on the cover. It just kind of irks me. I feel like it doesn't have any place, in this franchise. It's really a trilogy, and I don't even know if you call it that. Because at the end of the day, I think Return of the Living Dead Part 3 should not be its own thing. We'll do a whole video about Return of the Living Dead 3 another time. So to help me in this endeavor, if you watch my Misfits videos and you saw that we did Scream With Me, which was this book that was put out about the Misfits. We went through it. We cracked open that sealed and we just poured over the book, and it was a lot of fun. And I figured, let me try and do that with this book. So that's what we're going to do. So what I have to do now is the beauty of StreamYard is that I can do something like this. I can actually bring myself into the studio using my phone. Let's do that real quick. My daughter will only be asleep for a finite amount of time. We might have to do a part 2 and part 3. I don't know. It all depends. Okay, so here I am. We want to mute that. We just want the camera. And you can hear that echo. Wait, how do I sound? Hey, what's up? Sounds good? Yeah. Yo, what's going on? All right. Wow, my skin looks terrible. God, I'm so vain. Hey, we have Rue in the house. What's going on, Rue? What's going on? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you're going to be getting this book. This is a book to own. Yeah, there's definitely a delay there, but the sound is okay in terms of I muted that. the phone. So, but the sound is okay. Oh no, we lost. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, let's do this. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the camera over. Oh no, that didn't work. How do I do it so that I can, let's see here, edit camera. No, there's no way to, it's not going to let me. Cam mic, here we go. Camera facing front. We want camera facing back. Is that what we want? Look at that. This one's the fisheye. This is the fisheye camera. Okay, so we have our book right here. I don't know how I'm going to make this work. Can we turn it? No, that doesn't work. Oh, does that do it? Does that give us what we want? Yeah, cool. All right, I'm down. Don't look at my disgusting fingernails. Again, more vanity. Let's put the shade down. That will help us. Okay, let's give this a shot. Let's try this out, see how this works. Getting a little bit of a lag here. I'm glad. Rue says it sounds good. Great. That's good. Okay. All right, so let's crack this sucker open. Remember, we did this with the Misfits. So look at that. There's a call sheet right there. That is pretty sweet. Look at how they did call sheets back in the day, man. I'm just going to do it like this because this is annoying. Look how they had to do call sheets back in the day. You had to type everything out or write everything out. Amazing that this stuff still exists. This is a throwaway piece of paper, but it means so much to someone like me or someone who is a fan of this stuff that, let's try this one instead. Yeah, it's better. I think that's better view, because I'm such a fan. I want to, lots of acknowledgments here. I'm not going to go through all that. We're not going to sit and read. We're just going to, there's the man who, the brilliant man who wrote this series. What an idea to put the zombies in barrels. That is inventive thinking. This is a foreword by Brian Peck, who is a convicted of really disgusting crimes. And here's a photo of, there's Dan O'Bannon doing his thing. We talked yesterday about how Dan, was on a tour, right? Like that's what he loved to do. He loved to sort of, make, completely be the author on every level. So here he is showing what he wants by physically acting it out. He's showing the yellow cadaver, the yellow corpse, Return of the Living Dead was written as marvelous high camp with gore. It was a double whammy, says James Karen at the time. So we're going to skip over this forward. We're not going to look at that. There's Scuzz right there. We're not going to talk about Brian Peck. We're going to talk only about Scuzz, okay? This is not about Brian Peck. Oh, we got an introduction. We got an introduction by Brian Yuzna, which I would love to read right now. I'm not going to do that. He directed part 3. This man is a genius, a bona fide genius. I love this man so much. It's my dream to meet this man someday, truly. And I wish that he continued. He hasn't made many films in recent years, and I wish that wasn't the case. And I really wish that he and Stuart Gordon got to collaborate one more time, and they just did not get to. And that truly breaks my heart, honestly, if I'm being honest about that. So, I mean, obviously, you don't get to Return of the Living Dead without Night of the Living Dead. So it all starts here, right? I mean, this is probably going to be, Night of the Living Dead. You see that movie, Night of the Living Dead? So, I mean, that's where it all starts. And again, I literally, could you imagine if we took the time to sit and read through pour over this? I'll leave that for you guys to do on your own. Go buy this book. Truly, just go buy the book is what you should do. Maybe I'll add a link to where you can purchase the book. Let's support the creation of this stuff. And there's George, man, the man. We'll talk about Night of the Living Dead for a minute as it applies. But Night of the Living Dead is the quintessential story of let's take a small amount of money, even $100,000 in 1967 is still a small amount of money. Let's take $100,000, some elbow grease and some passion and some ingenuity, and let's make a black and white film. And who would have thought that it would generate, over $100 million, It's just a shame that they couldn't hold on to the rights. And if you look right here, I've been to the cemetery. You can see I did a live Facebook video when I was on my way to Columbus, Ohio. I stopped off at the cemetery in Pennsylvania just to be there. That's how big of a fan I am of Night of the Living Dead as well. And that's Gary. I believe that's Gary Strainer, who's Russ Strainer's brother, who did all the sound stuff for Night of the Living Dead. And yeah, I mean, there he is, man. That's handheld. I don't think they shot in 16. I think they shot in 35. So I think that is a 35 camera. If anybody wants to correct me, let's see what it says here. It says image at the top. Image is everything. George Romero directs. Judith O'Day assisted. Yeah, that's Gary Strainer, sound engineer, on location for Night of the Living Dead, and that's in the cemetery. And that's John Russo. Yesterday in the video, I talked about how John Russo acted as a zombie. That's the zombie he was, and that's him all dressed up. And it's funny because John Russo recently made a film called Uncle John, My Uncle John the Zombie or something. So it's kind of like he's reprising his role in that kind of way. And there's a picture of Jorge, of George, right there. The man. There's Tom Savini. That's a Vietnam. That's a Vietnam, pre-Vietnam Tom Savini, maybe, or Vietnam vet Tom Savini. He didn't get involved until after Night of the Living Dead. He was not around then, but he eventually did get involved. And there you go. One of the most disturbing. And here's these people. They're in a farmhouse in rural Pennsylvania, right outside of Pittsburgh. And they come up with probably one of the most disturbing images in film at that time. A trowel going into a daughter stabbing her mother with a garden trowel, covered in chocolate syrup. There's Bill Heinzman, the first modern cemetery zombie ever, looking ghoulish. I got to meet him. That was pretty cool. I did get the chance to meet him. There you go. Add another one to the bonfire. In this business, lots of things can go wrong because of the hazards and of collaboration and doing things by committee, says John Russo. I mean, and it's important to start with Roux says Salvini the man. I agree, man. It's important to start. When you're writing a book about Return of the Living Dead, you got to start. You got to have a chapter about Night of the Living Dead. How could you not? Look at that. The stark black and white images. It just works. And not only just Night of the Living Dead. And it's done. This book is done, which I really love. I loved it. I first encountered this in a book called Please Kill Me by Legs McNeil and Gillian Anderson. No, not Gillian Anderson. What the hell was her name? Gillian McCain, not Gillian Anderson. She's from the X-Files. Gillian McCain. They did a book called Please Kill Me. It's the oral history of punk rock. It's a great way to do a book, and I love books that do oral histories. I'm currently rereading, I should say, Monty Melnick's book because I'm going to have him on my show, Pizza Punk Show, and I just wanted to brush up on his book before we chat. I want to be super prepared for that one, and that's also an oral history as well as there's a Pixies one. I just love the oral history format as it's done here, and you just get it. It just works. There you go. There's Dawn. There's Flyboy when he becomes a zombie in Dawn of the Dead. It's really great. And there's a poster, and nobody knew it was going to be the hit. The Dead Rise Again. Oh man, I'm really due to reread this book. I could really brush up on the history. In fact, what I probably should do is I should probably brush up on the history, and then we'll go through this book. So maybe that's what I'll do after I finish this video. Who knows? That's an iconic image. You see that one everywhere, man. You see that one all over the place. Oh, here you go. Look at this. Look, regarding our video from yesterday, below, Novel of the Dead, various covers for John Russo's 1978 novel, Return of the Living Dead, which took place 10 years after the events of Dawn of the Dead. So look, and those kind of look like the one that I have. This one has the same sort of style. It was probably put out by Archer Press, which is the other one was put out by Archer Press. So that's the original Return of the Living Dead, but that's not the Return of the Living Dead that we know. Yeah, dude, Monty's the man. Monty's the man too. Everybody's the man in my world. So remember I told you yesterday, so when we were going through the oral history yesterday, this was the one page that was taken out when Tobe Hooper was going to do the movie, and they're hyping it up. The guy who did Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the writer of Alien are doing Return of the Living Dead. Does that not sound great on paper? It sounds phenomenal on paper to me. It's a shame that, it's not a shame. I would have loved to have seen his version, but I'm glad we got Dan O'Bannon's version. Could you imagine a world where we didn't have that version? That just wouldn't work for me. And James Karen I wonder if Tobe Hooper brought James Karen in. I guess that's probably answered in the text. I don't remember. Again, I read this when the book first came out. Below, they're here. Return of the Living Dead star James Karen with Craig T. Nelson. Okay, it doesn't actually say. And then there's the most classic image. That's the image that you always see on the video store shelf. You see that image and you go, I have to rent this. I have to own this. It has to be in my possession here. I'm just going to lower this just a smidge. Oh, no, then you can't see yet. That's a problem here. Oh, well, whatever. Just a little bit of glare, guys. I'm so sorry. It's the greatest image. Every horror punk band on the face of the planet has photoshopped this image into a show flyer. I don't think you are a horror punk band if you have not used this image to create a show flyer. That's just the way it's done. Pretty funny. Okay, turning the page. So once again, here you go. So here's the beginning of Return of the Living Dead. So you have to get to page 28 in this book before they really even start talking about Return of the Living Dead, right? Really, this is more about Dan O'Bannon and his beginnings. There he is on set for, that's Dark Star, and I believe that's him on Dark Star as well. So this started off as a student film that got expanded into a feature with John Carpenter. This is John Carpenter's first film as well. There he is with Geiger. The famous Ash. No, not Ash. Kane. It's Kane, right? Kane gets the chest burster, he's played by John Hurt. And did you know that John Hurt reprised that role in Spaceballs, the Mel Brooks parody of Star Wars? They have that whole scene at the end with the chest burster, and that's also John Hurt. So John Hurt reprised his role almost 10 years later. Kind of funny. So Dan O'Bannon gets brought in, and they talk about Dan. Dan was kind of a weird guy, man. I mean, he was a sketchy guy. He liked to own a lot of guns. Dan met Jewel Shepard because she was like a stripper at the time. I don't know. Weird stuff. I'm not going to go there with that. Graham Henderson, he was like the real producer. This is like the hands-on producer guy, right? That's him right there. And you've seen him in the documentary More Brains. And he's like the hands-on producer of Return of the Living Dead. This guy is who I was talking about yesterday. This is Tom Fox. He's the money man. This is as it says right here, the money man. Producer Tom Fox in the embalming room. So that's the guy. He didn't know anything about making movies, but he was the producer in the sense, producer is funny. It's the one position where there's so many different types of producers. You have a technical producer, you have a financial producer, and you have creative producers. You have executive producers that are literally lending their name to something to give it more legitimacy. There's so many different ways that a producer is a producer. And Tom Fox was the money producer. As I said, Garrett Graham, he's the man, the guy with the boots on the ground. Even if Tom Fox was always around, because Tom Fox was, as a matter of fact, he had his kids. He would butt heads with Dan O'Bannon, and he wanted to have his kids be extra zombies, garden zombies. And there was a whole story with that. There he is again. He died. That's him with the Tarman. He also produced This is how we got Return of the Living Dead too. It was because of Tom Fox. And the real shame is that this series should be as big as Romero's series. It should have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sequels. There are so many ways to tackle this aspect. I'm about to sneeze. There are so many ways to tackle this stuff, and it's just a shame that we didn't get to get more of that stuff. And I think Tom Fox might have died after. Did he die after the second one? And then I don't know. And there you go, man. This is just that was the stuff that terrified me as a child right there, man. I mean, is that not the best zombie in the world? One of them, one of the best zombies ever. It's terrifying. He's absolutely terrifying, and he's not decomposed. So that's a guy. He's going to come after you. You know, his body is fresh as can be. You know, the day he died, he returned. You know, he didn't return 100 years later or 50 years later or whatever. He's coming after you. I mean, this is the stuff that terrified me as a child. Go back into my videos. You'll hear my origin story with Return of the Living Dead. I'm not going to do it here. You got to seek that out. It was always a risk. However, it was geared towards a teenage audience, which gave us a much better chance than for an older audience, says Graham Henderson. And I mean, that speaks to the punk element in the film as well. Now, there's a music video. There's a band whose members I've collaborated with, worked with, toured with, yada, yada, yada. They're called Mr. Monster. They are no longer in existence anymore, at least currently. And the guy, Jason Trioxin, he's interviewed in this book. He takes his last name from the movie, obviously. This is a movie that greatly influenced that band. And he did a music video for a song called Gore Whore, which is a tribute to Trash, played by Scream Queen Linnea Quigley. Is that how you pronounce her name? And in it, he gets dressed up like Freddy, just like this. He has the acid burned, acid burned scarring over his eyes, whatever you want to call that. And he dresses up, and it's great. It's a great concept. It's a great concept that I wish it's done okay for how it's done at the time. It's a concept that I kind of want to redo myself, if I'm being honest. I just feel like I could do so much with that. And as Rue says, poor Freddie, man. There's also a song by this band called Tina and Freddie. And Tina and Freddie is their tribute to Mr. Monster's tribute to Return of the Living Dead. It's a great song. It incorporates the main theme to Return of the Living Dead, the scariest score music that I've ever heard in my life. Even to this day, nothing scares me. Nothing makes me fear the undead or the threat of the undead, even as a grown 35-year-old man, like listening to the theme of Return of the Living Dead. When that theme comes up, when that music comes up, it's gothic, it's synthy, it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous. It makes you, it's like a score that says, oh my God, the terror is coming. And I don't know. Freaks me out, man. Freaks me out. So there's that. Let's see here. Oh, we don't want to get there yet. So there's Don right there, Don Calfa with his eyes. Introduction to John. He's holding the severed arm of the yellow cadaver. And there he is. There's Dan himself. That's what Dan looked like at the time. Now, a lot of people think that Dan is the cop at the end when they have the police barricade. There's a cop talking on the phone to Bert, played by Clu Gallagher, and gets eaten by Trash, the zombie Trash. Everybody thinks that's actually Dan O'Bannon. It's not Dan O'Bannon. Dan O'Bannon's cameo is the megaphone cop over the loudspeaker from the helicopter. Talking out to the zombies who are feasting on freshly dead cops. That's Dan O'Bannon's cameo. It's the only cameo he had. Dan O'Bannon only directed 2 films in his career. He wrote a bunch of movies, but he only directed 2. He directed Return of the Living Dead, and he directed The Resurrected, which is an H.P. Lovecraft story, which is also quite good. I enjoyed that one too. Really fun. And he had such a bad experience making that second film, probably because of his equally ornery nature as John Russo's, that he stopped directing movies. It didn't help that he had Crohn's disease, and Crohn's disease is eventually what took him out. And he just was he was ailing. He ailed for many, many, many years, and it's a shame because he had such talent. And I wish, no matter what kind of person he was, no matter how vindictive or angry he could be, I wish that we got more from him, and we never did. So it's a shame. So Designing the Dead. All right, this is a dude I want to have on my podcast. This is William Stout. I'm actually saying that out loud. I want to talk to this guy. I think he is the man. He's just this guy is a genius. And I wish this guy designed more films. His production design for Return of the Living Dead is brilliant. If I was in charge of the Oscars, I would give him an Oscar for what he did. Of course, a movie like Return of the Living Dead is never going to get an Oscar, which to me is BS because I don't know, because I love it so much. Maybe I have a little bias. I probably have a little bias, but it's just the way it is. It's just how I feel about it. So that's William Stout. I've always tended to go towards a good artist rather than a movie professional designer, and I thought of Bill Stout. So that is, that's from the special feature from the 2002 DVD that came out. I remember when it came out on DVD, that blew my mind. It came out at my local video store. It's like, what? This is when DVD is like brand new and relatively brand new. I think DVD really started to pierce the video store market around like 2001 ish, at least where I grew up, and to see that, and DVD was such a wonderful, illuminating like extension of VHS. Like I remember VHS was trying to compete at the time with DVD by having like bonus features at the end of the tape. Like I had Detroit Rock City on VHS, and they had like bonus, like the making of, and it's like, who wants to watch the making of after you've watched the movie? Like the bonus features on a VHS can only go linearly. DVD changed the game for everybody, for fandom, especially for horror fanatics everywhere. Suddenly and to get Return of the Living Dead on, and mine's cracked. It's cracked. It doesn't play anymore. I still own it because of how much it means to me. I didn't throw it away. So here's some concepts that were used initially. And yeah, it really makes sense to have someone who's really an artist, based as an artist, being your production designer. You have Reb, who's obviously from the Confederate, the Civil War. And, again, this movie takes place in the South. It takes place in Knoxville, Tennessee, right? Knoxville, Kentucky. Where's Knoxville? Wherever. Don't quote me on that. It takes place in Knoxville, Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky. Wow. I just made myself look like a fool. Louisville, Kentucky, right? And so it's the South, so you're going to get some Confederate soldiers. That makes sense. You got EC. He's based on EC Comics. Jaws, hilariously obvious why he's called Jaws. You have a Beardo. Specs. You see Specs, actually. Specs is attacks the ambulance drivers. I'm not sure if we see Boggy. I mean, all these guys must have made an appearance. Terrifying, and they're alive, like not alive, like conscious. I love that image. That, to me, that's what the original concept for the party time. Look at that. That's Stout's design for the party time zombie. So the terrible zombie skeleton. And part of the problem is you can have a great production designer, but if you don't have a good special effects person, you're going to be in deep trouble. And that's what happened. That's probably one of the single greatest blemishes on Return of the Living Dead is the party time zombie not looking the way it does in this picture. Because this is terrifying to me. This was terrifying. And he really has like an EC style for this stuff, man. That's what it's all based on. EC Comics. It just works. It's really, really great. And there he is, the man of the hour. That's the original drawing for the Tarman, or at least one of them. Look at that. That's what he's supposed to look like. And, I think they pulled it off in the movie pretty well from the design. Look at this. Conceptual art for the Tarman in the canister, and Tarman taking a bite out of the victim. So there you go. That's Tarman taking a bite out of Suicide's head, and that's Tarman as he is in the canister. And again, who is the Tarman? Look at that. They did a good job. That's not easy to do. Here's another. This is the party time zombie, or the party time skeleton. Another picture of the Tarman, and notice he has the crack. I wonder if the missing tooth is supposed to be any kind of ode to the Crimson Ghost. I don't know. Let's see what it says. William Stout's conceptual designs of one of the most iconic zombies in film history, the Tarman. Hell yeah. William Munns' prototype bust of the Tarman. Okay, so here's what's interesting. There was no disputing that Munns did justice to Stout's design. So Munns, remember how I said they didn't have a good special effects guy? That's Munns. Munns really pooped the bed, I should say. But he did do justice to the Tarman, 150%. I mean, he cracked it, man. He cracked the code on the Tarman. You can't deny that. But there were, I mean, you look at the cadaver, what he had for the yellow cadaver. I mean, it's terrible. It's so terrible. And if Munns doesn't leave, then we don't get Tony Gardner, who I had the honor of meeting at the Sleepy Hollow International Film Festival, along with his daughter. She's doing a lot of stuff with the Chucky series. It was really cool to meet them. And it was really cool to meet Tony, man. Tony was a kid when he did this stuff. He didn't work on this. He worked on the half corpse, which is right there. You go. There's your half corpse. And that looks, man, Tony nailed the half corpse really well. Did a good job with that. That's her before she leaves. Send more paramedics. There you go. That worked out pretty well. So, I mean, you know, they had this stuff designed. I guess that was in the script already. And maybe this drawing was made after he had read the script. Maybe it was the idea that was written into the script by Dan O'Bannon after he saw, you know, William Stout draw this. But there's your radio corpse. Oh, it says designed for the radio corpse. So I guess the script came first. And then Stout's conceptual art for the half corpse, who reveals to the heroes why the undead crave brains. It's great. It works so great. You get a quick explanation of why they eat brains. It makes sense. It works. Nothing personal. We just need your brains. And here you go. Talking about they were very impressed with the way that Tony Gardner executed the original design. Here's something interesting. Above left and right, conceptual designs for large muscular zombie and a drunken wino. Stout himself portrays the wino at the beginning of the film. That's right, when they're walking down the street. When the punks are walking down the street while TSOL's Nothing But You is playing, that's William Stout right there. You can see him. And I'm not going to show, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube, so I'm just going to show this side. I'm not going to show the other drawing of, there's Trash in all her glory. Well, not all her glory. We're not going to show her in all her glory because, again, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. As Rue says, Rue Morgue says, it makes the pain go away. Okay, here's cool. Look at this. This is the storyboards. Ready? And again, there's a little bit of so let's do this storyboard. Here's some storyboards. This is when storyboards really, I guess, come in handy. Some people will argue for storyboards, some people against them. So there's the pickaxe, right? They're holding them down. Lifts it up. I was getting closer to read the captions, but they're just going to be blurry. And buries it in his head. It worked in the movie. Gets a hacksaw, and they're just like, look at them. And I guess these storyboards were done after the actors are cast because he must have been storyboarding while they're rehearsing because they did 6 weeks of rehearsal, the actors, because that looks like Tom Matthews and James Cameron right there. This, however, must have been pre Trash because this is pre Linnea, probably when the character is still known as Legs. This is when she gets resurrected, and we never saw that. We never saw the part where maybe they filmed it where she's like recognizing that she's a zombie. Here, I want to do this without seeing the boobies. So there she is rising up. The rain, her brain is gone. They never really explain this. This is one part of the movie that doesn't really make sense. How she comes back. But you know, her brains were eaten. What did they eat? See, in the book, they eat flesh too. That would have made more sense. So she comes back. The rain has hit her. Tonight. Ooh, we saw a boobie. Make love till you die. And there you go. She looks in the rain and she screams. Any idiot can make a $2 million film look like a $2 million film. The trick is to make a $2 million film look like a $10 million film. And I think for sure they did that with Return of the Living Dead. Return of the Living Dead cost $4 million and they made it look like, I don't know, $10 million movie. They did it, man. They did it. Here you go. There's Resurrection Cemetery. The cemetery is so, even before anything happens, the gates, the way it is, it's so terrifying to me. It's just, it really does this idea of death. And obviously the super on, like, it's not even on the nose. It's like punch your nose in the face. Like, get it? Resurrection Cemetery? Get it? What's going to happen here? You know, but it just works, man. It's so scary to me. Those gates, the way, you know, and there you go. So that was built for the film. There was no actual mortuary or embalming lab home place. So they built that, man. They built that. And it looks just like it does in the film. They did a good job. Here they are. Here's some art. So this is obviously before Beverly Randolph and Don Calfa have been cast, and they're waiting for Freddy's trying to come up, and there they are. And he doesn't have his hand on a gun because that was a choice that was made by Don Calfa in the thing, to hold up the gun like that, like he's going to blow Tina's brains out to spare her the pain of having her brains ripped out and eaten. You can't eat brains if they've been blown out, I guess. Well, you could slurp them up with a straw. And there's just that look of the tombstones that look like crooked teeth in a man's mouth. Oh my God. I love that. I love just the gothic, gloomy, I don't know, man. It just works so well. It works so well for me. And I think you see Dan O'Bannon right there. You see O'Bannon right there. This was made, the Fallen Angel. They get a good shot of that. They get a good shot of that in the movie. And it just works, man. It just works. They really pulled off the cemetery so well. They rented tons and tons and tons of tombstones to make that happen. And then here you go. There's the crematorium right there. Look at that. I mean, they really put that together. The crematorium, that didn't exist. All that stuff was made. And I remember these drawings from the DVD, man. This stuff had been around. Obviously, everything carried over to the Scream Factory Edition. Boy, I think we're going to go through this whole book. Not now, right now, but I think this is going to be the Jeff show. That we're just going to go through the book. We're going to do the book. It's too good not to do it. I just I love, and you know, as I'm seeing the photos, it's easy for me to remember, and I can talk more about it. So look at this. They even designed stained glass. Numerous designs for sets included Resurrection Cemetery, tombstones and grave markers, the mortuary and the crematorium, based on those in Auschwitz. I didn't realize that. So that's or maybe I did know that. That's supposed to be based on the crematorium in Auschwitz, which makes sense for someone like Ernie, who's a secret Nazi in hiding, would have that. I love the subversion of that. I love it. I just work so well. There's so much thought that's put into the story. It's not just a runoff. It's not just there's so much more depth and stuff going on in Return of the Living Dead than any Jason or Freddy movie, you know, sequel from the 80s. You know what I'm saying? And the stained glass windows of the Wee Chapel of the Dawn. That's what's called, the Wee Chapel of the Dawn. I got to read this writing. I want to see what it says. Note white and black. I can't read it. It's too smudged. I don't know if they actually, I need to go and look and check to see if there are screenshots. I don't know if they actually have used these glass panes. I don't know if this was just a design thing or what, but whatever. And this is towards the end of the film. Scuzz has been eaten and Spider is losing it and Don's holding him back. Oh no, you know what this is? This is when the half corpse is saying, brains, brains, brains. She's losing her mind after eating Scuzz's brains. I don't know if that's supposed to be Ernest or Ernst Kaltenbrenner, had a dueling scar from fencing. He was also a crack shot with a pistol. I've seen film of him target practicing. Don Calfa. So Don Calfa has added that to his character, and he had his hair dyed platinum for this role. He wanted that. And there you go. There's the half corpse done by Tony Gardner. Just unbelievable. Even had drippings of spinal fluid was dripping out. There's Munns. That's Munns right there. Gone but not forgotten. So I guess Munns had passed away. Special effects makeup artist William Munns. And okay, so this book must have come out after 2011 because Munns was interviewed for the More Brains documentary. And special effects makeup artist William Munns and actress Hilary Van Dyke as Marilyn behind the scenes of the pilot episode for the TV revival New Monsters. So that's the guy, and there's another shot of William Stout. Oh my God, it would be my heaven to get William Stout on my show. I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna see if it's possible. There you go. There's the cast in the basement, man. Cool photo. There's a fan to keep everything cool. That basement is the scariest basement in all of horror films. I'm convinced. There is no scarier basement. I wonder is Dan O'Bannon in this picture? Dan O'Bannon did not get along with the crew, as far as I know. It looks like these are just the grips. Crew of the Living Dead, the whole cast and crew of the Return of the Living Dead together for a group shot in the basement of Unita. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I'm not seeing it. And then is that Beverly Randolph? Oh no, that's art director Robert Howland with Clayton Hartley and actress. Yeah, that's Beverly Randolph right there. And below an eye for horror, Tom and Nancy Fox. So that's Tom Fox with his wife and cinematographer Jules Brenner. Brenner had already worked with original director Tobe Hooper on Salem's Lot in 1979. So I guess he stayed on. He was the one he stayed on. And there's a shot. There's Suicide, man. Just like the coolest punk rocker ever with the craziest haircut. I mean, no punk. I never see any photos of punks from the 80s with that sort of haircut. That was even though it's a punk design, it's such a design for this film. And there's this broken down rust bucket that can fit 7 of his friends or 6 of his friends as they drive. And there's Resurrection Cemetery, man. And it just looks so old. It's so well done. The cemetery is obviously over 150 years old. Like, there are Civil War veterans buried there from the Confederate side and beyond. There's Graham producing Team Graham and Tom Fox. So Tom Fox did also have boots on the ground. I think that Tom liked the idea of being a producer much more than he liked doing the actual work of a producer. There you go. He occasionally showed up on set, but not often. Okay, never mind. As I just said, no boots on the ground. He's just the money guy showing up. Graham, that's the guy who's doing all the work. And I wish I could have been on that set just to be a fly in the wall where they're making that stuff. So there are 2 lovers, Tina and Freddie, doomed lovers. And she looks squeaky clean. In the novelization, she's squeaky clean, but she looks squeaky clean there too. It's kind of weird. You don't always see it. As Rue's talking about suicide. What do you think this is? A costume? It's a way of life. Damn straight. Well, I should get that motto that's like the motto. If I had like a great hall, like Vikings do, or Game of Thrones or something, that would be the motto of the hall. It would just say, what do you think this is? A costume? This is a way of life. That's what it would be. And there's our gentleman zombie helping up his co-star. They went on a date. I don't know what happened on the date, but they went on a date to kind of get into character right before they started shooting. And there is Ernie with the half corpse, and that's Tony Gardner. Look at him. I wonder how old he is. I think he's 18 there. Hit with the ladies. Don Calfa poses with the half corpse and her creator, Tony Gardner. He's just a kid, man, cutting his teeth on Return of the Living Dead. What's up, Peter? Peter says, send more paramedics. Peter, I'm on such a Return of the Living Dead kick that we're back for more. Peter, I don't know if you were there when we did Scream with me. We went through the whole book. I'm going through the entire book of this. I just can't help it. I just love talking about this stuff. I could talk about it forever. All right, so here's some costume design. So there's Linnea. I'm probably saying her name wrong. Linnea. I just suck at reading things. Quigley is trash. And what some people don't realize is that Scuzz, so Brian Peck did have a mohawk. That's his real mohawk. He shaved it into the side of his head. And yeah, I think it's pretty sweet as well, Peter. Brian Peck shaved a mohawk into his head. And he had to wear sunblock because they would get sunburns. Him, and there's a shot. You saw a shot earlier of suicide. I don't know if I could find it. Now I got to find the shot. Can't be complete if I don't find the shot. There's a shot of suicide in the car with a weird hat on his head. It's like a safari hat, and that's to keep his scalp from. I guess it's not here. Oh, that stinks. It's to keep his head from burning, from getting sunburned. I can't find it. All right, I'm not going to waste any time on that. No point. No, no, it's not there. Okay. In any case, and then look at the tattoo. That's the tattoo. That's Scuzz's tattoo. It's a pretty cool tattoo, I think. I don't know what that. Yeah, Brian Peck displays his newly cut mohawk, and yeah, it's just kind of like a devil, like a 3-pronged devil's, whatever that thing is, pitchfork. That's what it is. It's like a devil's pitchfork. There's some more. There he is. He's talking. And Brian Peck did everything on this movie. Not everything, but he was involved. He was involved in so much. Even after he was killed off, he was always on set. He puppeted. He helped to puppet the half corpse because he was friends with Tony Gardner. As a matter of fact, I think it was him who brought Tony Gardner into the production. So he's doing the voice and puppeting the head for the half corpse during this scene. And if you watch the work print, you can hear Brian Peck's voice because it wasn't replaced yet. Pete says, I love that Grave 45 song. You mean 45 Grave, Pete? The metal band Acid Witch does a great cover of it. I got to check that out. I didn't know that. I'll look into that. And here you go. Just huge swaths of text, just telling the story in just excruciating detail, which is, wonderful. I'm so grateful that something like this exists. How many films am I obsessed with that could probably get a book like this if you found the right people, or if you found all the people and they were willing to talk about it? Part of the reason why a book like this exists is because the cast and the crew are still tight after all these years, relatively speaking, and really sort of band together at conventions. And there's I feel like that definitely contributes to that happening. So that's what it looks like behind this set. So weird. So interesting to me. And what is this? Oh, this is they're boarding it up. Is that Tony? There's Tony Gardner puppeting his half corpse. Kid, man. Those were the days you didn't need an apprenticeship. You showed up to set and you just proved yourself to the best of your ability, and that's how you broke into the biz. And that's kind of how Dan O'Bannon looked the whole time during the shoot. And it's so weird to think that Dan O'Bannon was a college student in the last decade, and now he looks like a 50-year-old man. I don't know how old he is there. Yeah, Rue, it's an instant cult classic, man. Truly. I agree. So set up the shot, co-producer Graham Henderson, director Dan O'Bannon, and crew prepare for an external shot outside of the UNITA Medical Supply Warehouse. There you go. There's more, so much text. Pete says, I met some of the cast and crew at Monster Mania convention years ago. That's awesome, Pete. I've never met anybody from the shoot, and I want to. I need to change that. There is Jewel Shepard. She was a babe, man. I don't know what she looks like today, but she was a babe. She's foxy. I love that haircut, that hairstyle. Um, she's got like the blue skunk thing going through. You know what's interesting too? You have Trash. Trash gets nude, right? But it's Jewel. You know, Jewel showed a lot of flesh, a lot of skin over the years. Did a lot of nudity, and she stays fully clothed in this film. Not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing. I just find it interesting. It's an interesting observation, especially how it's implied how she got the role, if you know what I mean. Um, that she keeps her clothes on. I think it's kind of cool that, the thing that she's most known for is not for taking off her clothes. It's pretty interesting. But no, it's good. It's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's good. Just interesting. And this looks like, I don't even know. It looks like they're holding up a flashlight reading. So this is like from a deleted scene. I never realized that. See, because look what it says. From the pole to the grave. She was a stripper. Jewel Shepard as Casey. At the time of casting, Shepard was working as a stripper in Los Angeles. And that's how she met Dan O'Bannon, as a matter of fact. Met him. Below, oh my God, deleted scene. Brian Peck, wow, I must have missed this or forgotten about this. Deleted scene, Brian Peck, Jewel Shepard, and Miguel A. Nunes Jr. On the cemetery set. And so what's happening here in this deleted scene, that's not even in the work print. You don't even see this in the work print. They're reading one of the tombstones. And I would give an arm and a leg to know what they're talking about in this deleted scene, what the scene is about. Actually, it would be in the screenplay that I have. I have I have a draft of the film of the screenplay from 1983. So it was actually the draft that was used to write the novelization. I wonder if this scene is included. And if so, I already found one deleted scene in the screenplay. It was interesting. While they're driving to go pick up Freddie, has to do with chickens, funny enough, right? Weird. It's a tiny little thing, but it's in there. So what are they doing? That is so cool. I've never noticed that. I didn't notice that initially. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I was so focused on reading this stuff that I didn't notice that this is from a deleted scene. Wow. Don't remember seeing that photo. There's Tina, and it's interesting. It looks like she has like a telephone cord necklace and a telephone cord like scrunchy headband, which is pretty cool. Like behind her hair. Peter says he's seen the work print on YouTube. It's also available in the Scream Factory definitive release. It is really rough. It's tough to watch. I've watched it because it has 24 extra minutes and of deleted scenes and alternate footage. So if you watch the work print, you're seeing stuff that never wound up in the film. And yeah, it's hard to tolerate, but it's a VHS. It's amazing that stuff like that exists and then finds its way to YouTube. I'm about to sneeze. If you watch it on the Blu-ray version on the Scream Factory edition, looks better than the one on YouTube. But yeah, it's pretty awesome that exists. And look, there's Don Calfa with that mustache, 70s mustache. And so he was known, James Caron, later in life, he did these Pathmark commercials in the 80s. And there's a young Clu Gallagher, man, these three leads. And it's a shame that they killed them all at the end. Why didn't we get another film with these three at the helm? I just would have loved it. A continuation where James Caron is now a zombie and Bert and Ernie are, just holding things, trying to keep it all together. I guess the movie like this could never have a sequel. It really is a standalone film. And the sequel is, I love it and it's fun, but it's lackluster compared to the original. And Return of the Living Dead 3 isn't even really a Return of the Living Dead movie. It has some of the same rules, but not really. It goes in different places. And, frankly, I'd rather call it Kurt and Julie. That's what it should be called. Ashes to Ashes, Kurt and Julie. Or Kurt and Julie, Ashes to Ashes, It's a Romeo and Juliet story. So there's that. Don says, Jerome Holder from Craft Service says, I provided Don with a line of S. Shift Dreisen line in. I can't read that. Oh, okay. So craft services guy provided Don with the line that he says, which is it's raining cats and dogs. What? It's pissing outside like a drunk soldier. Oh. But I thought it was saying it's raining cats and dogs in German. I guess the German was actually it's pissing outside like a drunk soldier. Huh. Did not know that. But it added to the character. I mean, that's the type of you don't see a lot of this stuff in horror films, in 80s horror films, the kind of work that a guy like Don puts into his character of having this whole backstory that's never even talked about. Never once do they talk about that he's a Nazi, but it's always there. That's the best type of actor character work that you get when you cast a guy like Don. And it's a crime. Once again, it's a crime that Don is not in more films. Why was this guy not in every B horror film? He should have been the Jeffrey Combs of the 80s, man. He could have been. It's a shame. There's Don negotiating with the half corpse again. What's this right here? Oh. So that's Jules, the cinematographer, along with a man of many tales. Don Calfa's character was named after Ernst Kaltenbrunner, an infamous Nazi executed at the end of World War II for crimes against humanity, rightfully so. How do we kill these things? Ernie, Don Calfa, Spider, and Bert digest what they have just been told by the half corpse. That's what that is, and that's what that is. And this last photo is always the showman. James Karen fools around with Julio McCat and the camera crew during a break from filming. So that's James Karen, I should say. And these guys, man, he lived a long time. Don lived for many, many years, and James Karen lived into his 90s. We were so fortunate. The atmosphere on set was electric. And I think that's a positive and a negative thing, because positive and negative things happen. Like Clu Gallagher threw a paint can at director Dan O'Bannon. There was so much tension between those two. He came in at the tail end, last minute. That's what it felt like when you walked onto the set. There was so much energy. I think the young ones were in awe and feeding off the veterans. Probably, commenting on, how it's like you have the old men and you have the punks. Two generations teaming up together to stave off the undead. Tom is a very sweet and quiet fellow. That's another guy I bet I could get on the show. I got to see if I can reach out to Tom. There is Dan handing Tom the candlestick of some kind. And he's dying. She has no idea she's about to be in the danger she's in. Well, she does. In a way, it's kind of interesting. Does this not sort of reflect the pandemic situation right now of just like, I don't know. I'm not even going to go there, but it's just funny. I just had a connection in my head about that. So there is Dan showing Tom something that he wants. Dan was a substitute. Tobe Hooper was the original. In fact, they felt that Dan was the only thing they could get for the money they had. They were wrong. I'm glad they got Dan, because look what came out. And that's Clu Gallagher saying some really nice things. By the way, I believe it's pronounced Gulager. I've been pronouncing it wrong. It's not Gulager. I like calling him Gulager. Gulager, I think, is the proper way. Now I know why he had a German Luger in the movie. Yeah, Pete, you didn't know that? Yeah, he's a Nazi, man. He's a Nazi in hiding. That's the situation. Look at them. So there's the cast. By the way, the guy who plays Suicide, Mark Ventura or Venturni or something, he died. He's also in a Friday the 13th movie like Tom Matthews. He apparently was a sweetheart of a man. You would think that he would get typecast as this character and just be this guy in every film. Look at them together. Apparently, when Miguel came in for his audition, Beverly was wearing this outfit and auditioned in this outfit, and then he borrowed this outfit from her, and that became his movie outfit. That's what he wants. I wonder if that's why he has that knot tied up in his shirt. Kind of weird. There's Jewel and Will Stout, man. I guess there's some production designers who kind of design the production, but they're not necessarily there on set. And I think William Stout was really a presence on set. In a way, might think that he would also be considered a creative producer. Who knows? Visit from, okay, so his name is actually Mark Vittorini. That's that guy right there who played Suicide. Brian Peck, James Cameron, Miguel A. Nunez, Jewel Shepard, and William Stout, with veteran actor Jason Richards from Tora Tora Tora. James Cameron would often come to set on his days off, to boost morale of the cast and crew. What a sweetheart. And on a few occasions, bring some famous friends with him. So he was friends with Jason Robards. Robards? What an interesting last name that is. Robards. Interesting. Bring him to the cast and crew. And there, censor. Sorry, guys. YouTube can be a pain in the butt about this stuff. So there she is in her makeup, and boy, is she grisly. And if this movie came out today, if they did a remake and they had the trash character, and the same thing that happened then happened to the trash character, I would like to think that Trash gets her head, should have half of her head missing. There should just be half of her head missing. And there's Dan O'Bannon pointing stuff out. Shopping cart guy. It didn't seem like 2 weeks of rehearsals. A lot of it was wardrobe and things like that. I remember, like with me, I just remember Dan's total getting things right, like exactly where the skulls would be on my shorts. Interesting. And as you can see here, there are the leggings that she is wearing, why she was known as Legs. And here is Dan O'Bannon in his seat. Like this job. Opposite, Dan O'Bannon directs Linnea Quigley as Zombie Trash outside the Resurrection Cemetery, right before she eats the bum. Ultimate Auteur. That's how I have to refer to him in this role. He wanted to be an auteur, and he, probably mismanaged a lot of things as a result. Yes, Trash did wear some sort of coochie prosthetic. Do you know what that's called, Rue? It's called a merkin, and I did a whole video about it, about her merkin and merkins on this channel. That's the first episode of Jeff Reed's Wikipedia. I'll have to find it. If you look on my channel, you can hear all about that. That's a whole thing. That was a whole crazy situation. Above, Ultimate Tour, O'Bannon directs Clue and James in the Unita warehouse. Okay, so we're at an hour and 3 minutes, and man, we've only covered this many pages. So what I think I am going to do, here's my plan. Here's my idea. My idea is as follows. We're going to come back and do we're just going to keep going through the book. Okay. That's what I want to do. I am enjoying this way more than I thought it was. And ultimately, I hope people like this content, but if I don't, just find it. It'll be there, Rue. You'll see it on the channel. If people don't like this content, I can't help it, but I really like doing this. I like, and I do this for me, I can't, Peter, I'm sorry. I can't believe this. You want me to keep going? I'm touched. I'm touched that you want me to continue. I will be back to do more. I hope it kept you entertained at work, or at least I'm glad to hear it was keeping you entertained at work. I do this content for myself more than anybody else. I hope some people like it. We're going to do more of this book. Look at how much book we have. We'll just keep going and going and going until it's all done, and then we'll do the next thing. So stay tuned next time for part 2 of A Complete History of Return of the Living Dead, please, please, please like, subscribe, comment on this video if you've made it with us this far. And we'll be back. Like I said, I try to do videos every day when I can. I'm going to be doing a 72-hour film competition, so I will not be around starting tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, Saturday into Sunday is going to be crazy. I will be back to do the Lodi show on Sunday. So keep your eyes peeled. So this will be my last video for the rest of the week until Sunday. So yeah, that's it. Thank you, Rue. I appreciate it. I know you're a horror kid, and I know you'll be back later. You be cough cool as well. And thank you, Peter. You have a wonderful day. All right, guys. Peace and hair grease.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Yar, mateys. All right, batten down the hatches. Stream the masses. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever pirates say. Welcome to another episode of The Jeff Show. Yar. All right, I really went out of my way to... By the way, this mic is really annoying. I don't think it's very good, but I'm currently up here right now. It's the better sound than if I didn't have the mic, so whatever. We're back again for part 2, covering the complete history of Return of the Living Dead. If you follow me on the Lodi show, then you know we've done this in the past. I decided to do it with this book. I had so much fun doing it yesterday. I decided I'm going to do the whole book. It feels good. When things feel good, do them. As long as you're not hurting anybody else. If you're hurting other people, you shouldn't do them. But if it feels good and you're not hurting anybody else, go and do it, especially if it's a positive, productive thing, like talking about a movie like Return of the Living Dead, which is what I'm doing. So I don't remember where we left off. I kind of do, actually. We got to find the page. We're just going to launch right into it. I'm going to go. I thought yesterday was going to be the last video for the week, but you know what? As it turns out, I had a little bit of time. My daughter's asleep right now. I figured, hey, let's go again. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I got to just find my place. It was right here. Okay, ready? We're going in. We're launching in. If you like this content, hey, Rue Morg is back. Rue spent yesterday with us going over this. Rue, we're doing it again. If you like this comment, please. If you like this content, please subscribe to the channel. Please like this video. Please leave a comment. One of those things. Okay, we got to steer clear of the trash nudity. We don't want to get in trouble with Facebook. Oh, not Facebook, YouTube. I mean, okay. So here we are. Let's brighten this screen up so I can actually read stuff. Sorry about that. All right, all right. So here's another picture. We're continuing where we left off. Look at that. So that's them, and they're all in Suicide's rust bucket there. I love that it says "Who cares" on it. Who is that? That's first assistant director David M. Robinson with the Punks Outside, the Resurrection Cemetery. Like so many of the crews, the Scotsman also worked on Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning. I did not know that. So I believe Mark also is in Part 5 of Friday the 13th as well. They share a lot of DNA. And also our buddy Spider as well. So there's Scuzz after his death. I'm sure that upset Brian Peck, as he probably wish he could survive for the sequel. This dude loves that series. He really does. I always loved his costume. It's good stuff. Really, really good stuff. The detail to everything. Kind of weird to think that this one little bite took out Scuzz. You think it would have taken more than that. And did Scuzz reanimate? Did Scuzz soak up enough of the acid rain that upon his death he regained consciousness? Possibly. I'd like to think in the cutaway scenes that we didn't see of the story that he did. And we never saw it because a giant bomb dropped on everybody and exploded them all. I will say this, Frank, played by James Karen in the book, in the novelization that we talked about 2 days ago, Frank does not put himself in the crematorium. That was James Karen's idea. In the script, he calls for a cab. He sneaks outside and he calls for a cab and he's trying to get home to his wife, all zombified up. He's the reluctant zombie in that as well. So there's let's see what Brian Peck says here. I know there was bad blood between Russo and Romero and much legal wrangling that actually delayed the filming of Return of the Living Dead for 8 months or more while the rights issues were worked out. I know Romero was not happy about Return, says Brian Peck. Wow, I seem to have forgotten that. But that probably stemmed, it's interesting. It delayed the filming for 8 months, so it's supposed to take place in 1984, which actually makes sense. Doesn't it say, isn't it July 4th, 1984, that we should never forget? I don't remember. But I guess that, I don't know. Hey, Rue, how does the mic sound, by the way? Let me know. So this is, look, there's Dan O'Bannon freaking taking a bite out of the street vendor. He's showing trash. There you go. Look, there's Linnea waiting to do what Dan, Dan is literally using actors like they're puppets, which is kind of insulting to the actors. But I guess, that was part of his, this doesn't work. That was part of his abrasive nature. I'm getting this glare on the thing. It was part of Dan O'Bannon's abrasive nature. What can I say? Look at that. So there, wow, forgot about this. So by the way, our party time zombie dude, he died in 1932. And he's mostly, I guess, the rot, his coffin was not secured. Because there are some Civil War guys that are pretty well preserved. So I guess it really depends on where you're buried in the Resurrection Cemetery. But look at him. Pretty sparse there. It just was not. Look, that's him. That's how it works. He pops up like that. It's not a good skeleton, man. Rave in the grave. William Munns, party time skeleton. William Stout would later go on to express his disappointment with the effect. However, the image of the skeleton rising from the grave has become one of the movie's most iconic images. That's true. That's so well said. Thanks, Rue. Rue says that we sound clear. That's good to know. There they are with the lost assignment of Easter eggs. There's Dan happily looking upon his creation. There's what remains. You got Spider, Casey, Chuck, and Clue is somewhere. Oh, Clue's right there. It's just he's talking on the phone in the shadows. Action. Dan O'Bannon directs the final scene in the UNITA basement. They return to the beginning where this all began in order to figure out how they could. Now you see how there's more than one Easter egg. So here's my idea for the Tarman's backstory. I wrote a comic. I should say I wrote the outline for a comic called The Tragedy of the Tarman. And it's actually the Tarman's history, his story, how he became the Tarman, how he became a zombie in the first place in 1968 when the original events that would inspire Night of the Living Dead took place. Because you have to remember, those two things are connected. So the Tarman is actually a Night of the Living Dead zombie, or the Tarman is a zombie from the incident that Night of the Living Dead is based on, because he's in the barrel. So he's 14 years old, 15 years old, whatever, something like that. Now, there are five other Easter eggs in the basement, in the UNITA basement. And so here's two of them that are unopened. And I always said, I always wondered to myself, who's in these other barrels? What is their story? What is their relationship to the Tarman? And so I wrote a whole story that involved a girl named Barbara who the Tarman was in love with. That's how Barbara gets her name in Night of the Living Dead, because remember, the guy who made Night of the Living Dead based his movie on the events that really happened, and the Darrow Chemical Company threatened to sue his ASS off. So one of these barrels belongs to Barbara. And Barbara is the love of the Tarman, not the brother of the Tarman. What? Did I just reveal? What? Nah. So maybe someday we'll get to see that full story. I kind of spoiled it when I was talking with Joe from Mr. Monster and Darrow and Blitzkid and Michael Graves and stuff. We were talking. I was sort of reading from that. Maybe I should just read it. It's not like I'm ever going to get it made. Although I really would like to turn it into a screenplay. In any case, who else are in these canisters? You might ask yourself. Interesting. Oh, we got a spicy photograph there. I love this. So this is them when they're all standing, doing the thing. Below, I ain't calling no cops. After suicide's death at the hands of the Tarman, the punks barricade the basement door of the Unita Medical Supply Warehouse. And on the right, the James Dean of zombie films. Trash tries her charm on suicide. I love that. I love that. He is a rebel. I love this scene because it's shot in a master shot. You know what I'm saying? So what you have is you have them all standing. There's no close-ups. There's no coverage. We call that coverage when they do the master, which is the wide shot. And then as you punch in closer and closer, you get punch-ins, you get close-ups, you get blah, 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 blah. How did the Tarman get from Pittsburgh to Knoxville? Milton, that's very simple. By the way, thank you for your comments in the other video. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it, Milton. And I agree with everything that you were saying. It's one of my favorite films too. How did they get there? He got there because the Army did a massive F up and crossed the order. All that stuff still applies, but the Tarman, yes, the Tarman starts his existence as a Tarman in Pittsburgh, and he's not a Tarman. He's a zombie. He only becomes a Tarman once the air hits him. His transformation into the Tarman is not complete until the beginning of the Return of the Living Dead, when Freddie and Frank release him out. Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, I made that mistake yesterday too. I was confusing Kentucky and Tennessee. Right, it is Louisville, Kentucky, and what I said still stands. But I just love this. I love the way, I love the banter, I love the back and forth. And it's funny, if you watch the movie, right before they cut to them running out into the rain again, back into Resurrection Cemetery, the editor, William, or the assistant editor was John Penny, who would go on to write Return of the Living Dead 3. So Return of the Living Dead 3 does have some of its does have OG people from the original Return of the Living Dead were involved with it. Brian Peck, for one, he played a ballistic technician at the beginning, but also John Penny, who was the assistant editor on Return of the Living Dead, wrote Return of the Living Dead 3. And, when they were editing Return of the Living Dead, this Return of the Living Dead, if they just cut the scene, there's more dialogue being said. I think you actually can hear it in the work print, but Casey is in the middle of saying something when they just cut it on her. And then the tall boy starts playing, take a walk. Come on, baby, let's take a walk. Ding, 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 ding. You don't have to talk. I love it. Oh, gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful. Okay. Shoulders up. Believe me, I'd love to show the full photograph of Trash in all her glory. But again, I don't want to piss off the YouTube overlords. He's wearing a Sniper shirt. Do you know that was Joey Ramone's first band as a singer? He was in a band called Sniper. I always wondered if those were connected. And look, there were no actual punks like that, dressed like that. This is like such an over exaggeration of what a punk kind of dressed like in 1983. I think this look, well, I mean, it had to exist because it's 1984. I don't know. When you look at photographs, you don't really see hardcore punks like this. I feel like people watched Return of the Living Dead, and then this style started to come back in a big bad way in the 90s. I think of like the Exploited and the Casualties style punk with mohawks and everything. But there he is with his chains. This is a way of life you got to understand. Mark Fertorini, he had worked his part out so much. He was so gifted. He was a gifted actor. He was terrifyingly good. Agreed. You know, all that kind of stuff that he was doing. I thought that kid is going to go somewhere. And then he died from Clue. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's really sad. Really sad. Again, much like I said yesterday, Don Calfa should have been the Jeffrey Combs of the 80s. And, you know, Mark Vetturini, he should have been in more stuff, man. He will always be immortalized in this film, but he should have had such a career, at least in B movies, you know? And I'm also kind of like, it is kind of a bummer. Kind of wish that Suicide had come back too, you know? Maybe I would imagine in my expanded version of what's happening in Return of the Living Dead, in like a comic book form, not only does Scuzz come back, but Suicide comes back because he's also been soaked in the acid rain. And maybe he realized what his existence is and he commits suicide, even as a zombie. And that's why he's still on the floor at the end. I don't know. That'd just be a fun little addition. You know, you don't realize that when they come back and he's lying down because he took himself out as a zombie. If he could figure out a way how to do that, because, you know, they're kind of indestructible. Here is some Three Stooges tomfoolery right there between Brian Peck and Don Calfa on the set. You got our two guys. This is the Laurel and Hardy of zombiedom, right? Like, just what a there's no better dynamic duo than these two. These guys, man, I'm in such awe of them and their chemistry and their energy. You know, on one hand, you're just kind of like, you're kind of bummed that they came back and did Return of the Living Dead 2. But on the other hand, you're kind of like, can you really blame them? Can you blame them for coming back? I guess we all would come back. When you have something that good, you want to have the same experience that you had the first time. And I think they did. They did have a good experience filming Return of the Living Dead 2. And there's Brian Peck being a goof with a corpse. That's all I'm going to say about that. Here, this is interesting. Here, I'm going to read the blurb. A respected partnership. James Karen and Dan O'Bannon discussing a scene during filming. Karen had no issues with O'Bannon and intervened during some of the more heated moments on set. So those guys get along. Those guys got along. Dan did not get along with everybody, as we know, as we've spoken about. I'm about to sneeze, guys, so just give me a second. It's going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. And there they are figuring out what they're going to do next. And it was James Karen, as I said before, James Karen came up with the brilliant idea to have Frank end his existence in the crematorium. It's truly one of the most nihilistic, dreadful, doom-filled exits besides Return of the Living Dead 3. You're like, oh, how can they ever top that moment? Oh, let's just end Return of the Living Dead 3 the way we ended Return of the Living Dead 3 and just gut everybody. Rue says, Freddie and Bert, love those guys. And he meant to say, I meant Frank and Freddie, right? Yeah, I always confuse the names too. I do that a lot. You got Bert and Ernie, and Freddie and Frank. Freddie and Frank and Bert and Ernie. There you go. Now, where is the concept band for these guys, right? I'd call them the Rabid Weasels, and it's the four of them cosplaying as Freddie, Frank, Bert, and Ernie, just doing songs. I'd watch that. That would be fun. That would be cool. Here's another shot. Resurrection Cemetery. There's Suicide, looking all cool. That's a Sid Vicious thing right there. He's got the Sid Vicious thing going on with his handcuffs. Sorry, I got to X out WhatsApp. It's making noises. And this is so this safety pin on the back of Scuzz's jacket, I believe that's for mailmen, actually. That's a mailman thing. I've seen those in post offices and stuff. And he just put that safety pin on the back, and there is the delicious trash. Graham Henderson, producer. The kids got on well with all the cast and were liked by all, or at least most of the crew. Yeah, man. And you can see that. That's a testament to how they all hang out together and at all the conventions and stuff. It's a shame. You know, one of my biggest regrets is that I didn't go to conventions when I had the opportunity to meet all these guys. Well, some of them were still alive. I mean, a lot of them were still alive, but, you know, just some of the ones that have passed, you know, mainly Dom Calfa and James Karen. Just a shame. And here, you see this on the back of the soundtrack. You see this on the back of, this is just like you don't ever actually see this shot in the movie or this one. Because they're wearing masks, I believe. But those are some of the ghouls these are like promo shots or something, right? Let's see what it actually says. The punks get ready to party, right? And then right in below, the Munns effect. So these were Munns zombie masks and makeups that were based on mummies from, I'm not going to even pronounce that, Guanajuato, which I guess is in Mexico. But you don't ever see these featured in the movie. But it leads me to believe that these are not stills. This is actually footage that was shot and then not used, right? But this was used in, as I said, on the back of the soundtrack. You can see this. You can see these shots on the back of the soundtrack. So I bet you there's footage attached to the stills of this. God, the obsession over this movie. Yeah, man, Rapid Reasons. It would just work. But they'd have to call themselves Freddie, Frank, Bert, and Ernie. And nobody would get it. Only Return of the Living Dead fans would truly understand. All right, so this is why William Munns was fired. Ready? You want to see why William Munns was fired? We talked about how great he did the Tarman, right? Well, look at that. That was his idea for the half corpse. Besides it looking cheap and crappy, Bill didn't pay attention to my storyboards, so it was improperly executed just on a technical level for what we needed for this scene. That's William Stout, the production designer, look at that. Look at the incompetence from Bill Munn. I hate to speak ill of the dead. You know, I really hate to speak ill of the dead, but I find this to be unacceptable, truly. Could you imagine if the movie would not be what it was if we got that? Half a day wasted facial casting was done and needed to be redone once the right actor was correctly identified. And look at that. I mean, they don't look nearly as good. I guess it works in the rain. You know, it's funny. If you look when the mob of zombies is going to attack the ambulance and policemen, you really can't. They don't look like they have zombie makeup on. They just look like people covered in mud. The extras just look like they're covered in mud. And you know what? The fact that they are fast-moving zombies is all we need. It's still incredibly effective. You didn't really, even if they did just have these crappy masks, it still would have worked. It would have worked for me. I found it to be effective. So there's the young man himself, Tony Gardner. Again, as I said yesterday, I had the honor, I'll probably repeat this over and over, I had the honor of meeting this guy. Truly was an honor to meet this man. And there's the half corpse right there. She has pale blue eyes. Look at that. Those eyes did not rot inside her head. Her hair is stained with the blood of scuzz, and she got all her pearly white chompers still in her puss. And here's the guy. So we were talking yesterday about, yeah, man, just covered in mud. Exactly, Rue. So here's our dude right here, that's who Ernie is embalming. And in the book, it's a couple that were cut in half in an auto accident. And it's them who actually eat Scuzz's head, not the half corpse, who's also a half corpse. So it changed up. I don't know if that was, if John Russo made up that couple or if it's actually in the script. I haven't read it. I haven't read that far into the 1983 script that I have, but I think I might. I think I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to definitely have to get down on that. This is Kenny Myers, and he was the dude who replaced William Munns, right? It wasn't difficult, but it was tedious. We had to rebuild the undersuit to hold up the weight of the individual. drips that were sewn onto the costume by hand. We also had to account for a lot of the weight of the KY jelly he was covered in. So the KY jelly made the Tarman. There's the Tarman. That's when he's still in the barrel. So that's our Tarman. That's what he looks like. That's the way he was interred back in '69, right? And then he gets pulled out. He gets woken up. In my story, the Tarman's actually dreaming. He's dreaming about a beautiful suburban existence before he is awoken. And I have this great idea for a transition to how he's woken up. And I had actually spoken with this collaborator, this writer guy, who I wanted to write the outline in comic book format. Didn't end up happening. So now it just sits in limbo. But perhaps someday I'll get to it. And there's Kenny. Kenny would go on to work on Return of the Living Dead Part 2 as well. A lot of the crew returned for Return of the Living Dead Part 2, in addition to Tom Matthews and James Karen. So there's a scene in the chapel. Here opposite. Cometh the Tarman, Kenny Myers with the Tarman prosthetics, designed by William Stout, sculpted by William Munns, and amended by Myers. So he actually fixed it. And again, this is all in the story. If you buy this book, it's in the story. I put a link to the book itself. If you want to purchase this book, you can buy it on Amazon for $25. You support the writers, Gary Smart and Christian Sellers. So you can still get this book. It is available above. Ready for Freddy. Dan, Miguel, Don, and Beverly. Excuse me. Oh, that's after the attack with Clue. And he's got that rubber pipe, and he hits Freddy pretty hard with it. There we go. There she is. There's our girl. And in the edited for TV version, those ropes are not red and black. They're yellow and black, which is interesting. Look at her hair and her teeth. The way the skin is sort of shriveled up, pulling back, sort of revealing the teeth. It's a great detail made by the incredibly talented young Tony Gardner. He worked on so much. He did The Blob a couple years later, the Blob remake from '88. It's brilliant. And look, there he is with his half corpse girl. There she is before she's torn in half. Before she gets chopped in half with an axe. That's what she looks like. And I don't know how she eats the brains. How does she eat the brains if she doesn't know? Milton, the Tarman Origins comic, I mean, it's written, buddy. It's written. Like, I have the whole story written out. It's not official. It's just an imaginative story. And it just needs a little bit more work. But man, I would like to do something with it. I really, really, truly would. Cherry Davis, I had no idea the half corpse was so popular. What exciting, thrilling news. Nobody knows that I've done this role, but I'm certainly going to shout it from the rooftops now. So she was the voiceover for the half corpse. Yes. You can hear me, can't you? Yes. I love the way she sort of hisses, it's almost like she has to hiss because her vocal cords are not working properly. So it's like the wind is just coming out of her throat. And here you go. He's blow drying the half corpse, getting her all ready. There they are. That's Scuzz. That's what Brian Peck's kind of a preppy guy playing the punk. There he is, Tony Gardner. Lending a hand, Tony Gardner sets up the half corpse for her scene with Don Calfa, whilst Brian Peck looks on. Peck himself had a keen interest in special effects and would often help the effects team on his days off. And yeah, man, so Brian Peck spent a lot of time on set. Really, that dude is like the Bible when it comes to Return of the Living Dead. He probably knows more about Return of the Living Dead's production time than anybody else, especially because Brian is not working, so he's just soaking everything in. He just wants to be there because he wants to be, in production, whether he's directing or acting or whatever the hell he's doing. And he's just soaking in everything that happens on set. I'm kind of amazed that he didn't release his own book about Return of the Living Dead. You think maybe he would, but he worked so close in tandem with Gary Smart, who also did a documentary. There's also a documentary called More Brains. So in addition to the book, I mean, we really are so lucky as fans to have everything that we have about Return of the Living Dead. There is a 2-hour documentary. There is this detailed book. There's the Shout Factory edition of the Blu-ray, and yet still we don't have those. We don't have the deleted scenes, all the deleted scenes, which bums me out. I mean, I just wish that they emptied the vaults with every last scrap of footage and let us see it all. So here's what the Split Dogs. Tony also did the Split Dogs, which are a very memorable, thoroughly enjoyed feature of this movie. There's the Split Dogs, which are used for veterinary schools. Every horror fan knows what Split Dogs are used for because of this film. And you would imagine if the dogs could walk that they would try to eat brains too. The days Tony Gardner brought in the Split Dog and the Half Corpse stands out in my mind. He did such an incredible work and everybody looks so lifelike. He was just a young kid and so unbelievably talented. Truer words could not be said about Tony Gardner. There he is again with the cast. Blah. And his daughter is talented too. His daughter's in the business. She's doing documentaries about Chucky, as I said. She's doing all her own stuff too. So this is the rabbit. Look, there's your rabid weasels all wrapped up in trash bags right there. There's a dude putting on some makeup. Who's that? Who is that? Makeup artist Don White and Larry Odin place mechanical body parts onto the stretcher for this cremation scene. The body parts were actually over 20 battery operated. Oh, I knew this. Cymbal crashing monkeys with their cymbals removed. So you have monkey, those like monkey shines, like in monkey shines, like on the poster art. That's what you got going on there. The middle thing is there's Larry, makeup artist Larry applies makeup to a zombie extra under the supervision of Kenny Myers. Odin would return to the Return of the Living Dead franchise nearly 20 years later for Return of the Living Dead Necropolis and Rave to the Grave. That is like the worst fact ever. Like I didn't need to know that. I really did not need to know that at all. Like yuck. Like why do we need to know that? Forget about Return of the Living Dead Part 4 and 5. Ugh. Yuck. Bottom. There's Larry and Frank Carasosa. They apply zombie makeup to Kenny Myers. So that's Kenny Myers in a cameo right there, I guess. Kenny Myers plays a zombie in a cameo. Don't ask me where. So there you go. There's the yellow cadaver getting a pickaxe right to the brain. I'm sure I missed the gold. I could have invented, discovered, and dreamed of it going to and from rehearsals on the freeway. That's what rehearsals are for, to invent. The imagination is the actor's strongest point. Man, Clue has his own acting school, and I wish I lived in LA because I would take it. It's $300, and I would so take it just to learn from the master, and yeah, here he is. He's regretting that he came in so late because the rehearsal, is where the imagination gets to come in, and there's two enemies. And Clue has always been very professional about their skirmishes after everything that had happened, but he had gotten so mad at Dan O'Bannon that he threw a paint can at him. I always wondered why they used rabid weasels, what they used as rabid weasels, monkeys. Right. That's what you need to do a rabid weasel. You need a monkey. Man, I'll never forget the first time I saw that pickaxe go into the yellow corpse, thinking that it was obviously going to apply, the rules of Night of the Living Dead were going to apply and everything would be okay. And just to see, my stomach dropped when I was like, oh my God, that's not going to kill that corpse. We're in deep trouble here. That corpse is still wiggling around, Clue and the half corpse with Miguel. Below, Miguel and Clue pose with the half corpse between takes. For us, it's 2 minutes, but for them, it's like a 12-hour day on that set with that with that prosthetic, you know. Opposite. So this is okay. So this is interesting. Look at this. Talk about this is ingenuity. So look at this. There's the camera is inside the bubble, kids. Look at that. I've been exposed to directors whose methods of dealing with pressure were to be demanding and tyrannical. That's Jules Brenner right there, probably referring to Dan O'Bannon. But instead of hiring a helicopter, cinematographer Jules Brenner boards a crane with a Perspex dome to get the effect of a helicopter shot. That's movie making ingenuity. You know what the funny thing about movie making is? It's just about being a magician. It's about problem solving and camera tricks. You're tricking the audience into believing something. It's like being a magician without actually knowing any magic tricks. You know, in the traditional sense, your magic tricks are visual, and it's just, I mean, you're an illusionist. Essentially, filmmakers are magicians. They really are, man. And this blows my mind when you look at the genius of how to save money, achieve the effect. This is pre-CGI. What are we going to do? We're going to put the camera on a crane, put the dome around it. You put the helicopter, let the helicopter sound effect smooth everything over and make us think that we're in a helicopter. Genius. I marvel over stuff like that. I truly do. So here's some photos. Who is this? This is production manager Michael Bennett and co-producer Graham Henderson with producer Tom Fox at the Resurrection Cemetery exterior set. And it was an olive grove, right? It was an olive grove, and they hung Spanish moss everywhere in the olive grove to make it work, to make it look like it was a southern Gothic cemetery, you know. And it works, man. And then check this out. This is William Munns. He prepares to apply the Tarman's bite makeup to Mark. And as you can see, there's the section where the Tarman's going to bite into. It's gooey. Rue, I'm assuming you're talking about the helicopter scene. Yeah, man. Me too. And look, you can see very clearly that Suicide had this other sort of chain piercing. And there's him. Man, I don't think I've ever seen him with the sniper. I guess it's not a band. I guess that's a shirt, some sort of army shirt. And he had suspenders underneath. You never even saw the suspenders. And yet they were there for effect. Oh, I'm about to be eaten. Boom. William Munn says, one factor that diminishes the capacity of a person to do their job well is when the extra work and unnecessary interruptions are imposed on an artist, especially with a short and intense pre-production schedule. Okay, I agree. I don't disagree, William Munns. And again, we're speaking to a guy from beyond the grave, but let's hold on a second. William Munns. Come on, buddy. Look at that. No excuses for that. I'm sorry, William Munns. William Munns, I'm sorry. That's BS, man. Is BS. Now look at that. That's my favorite makeup. Look at his eyes. Look at his face. You really see all the peeling. I feel low budget movies have a great energy that can get lost doing larger films. That's Tom Matthews, and he just looks excellent. He started here his first day on the job, and he ends his first day on the job dead, craving his girlfriend's brains. His eyes have been melted and burned off. It's crazy. I remember having to take pain pills after getting my hair braided like that. Woo. Damn. Take it easy, kid. Above and insert zombies break out of the barricade near the end of Return of the Living Dead. I remember seeing that for the first time and being terrified because the police, at least the police in this movie, right? I know I'm not talking about it in real life and I'm not going to get political here, but the police are supposed to be the saving grace. They're supposed to save us. And here they are at their barricade and the dead are coming through. The dead are going to break out of the barricade. They are immune to bullets. This is terrifying to me, even now. And here he is, the greatest boogeyman of our time. Yeah, dude. Freddy really does. He looks wicked as hell, man. In this, I'm talking about this photo right here. Look at him. Look at him. I'm so glad that they took a close-up picture of that makeup, you know. So here he is. There he is. There's the man who brought my greatest childhood boogeyman to life, the Tarman. That's Alan Trutman, who's a puppeteer. And I believe this is his first feature film. There's William Munns. So Munns was capable of good stuff because look at the Tarman. That's Munns doing. You know, Munns did not. That's melted vinyl that they used to drape over his body. He just looks like a melted guy. What is the origin of the Tarman? You know, like what is his real story? And when you cover him in KY and he just is all shiny and goopy, he is so disturbing. So I mentioned about writing about his backstory, but I wrote a children's book called Who Ate All My Halloween Candy? And I hope that comes to light someday as well. And one of the monsters in it, because it's about a little, I'm not going to say what it's about, but one of the monsters in it is the boogie. Instead of the boogeyman, it's the boogie man. And he's like a booger man that resembles the Tarman, the boogie man or the boogie man, you know, just like your boogers, you know. Get it? Get it? Do you get it yet? Do you understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You make sense? He just looks great, man. And he's kind of got that, he does have like a Crimson Ghost, like, you know, aspect to him with his smiling face. And, you know, it just works, man. It just works. And there he is. That's him coming to life, being sculpted. That's the face of the man who would become the Tarman. And he's missing a tooth. And in my origin story, I mention how he gets that tooth knocked out. That tooth gets knocked out for a reason, if you can imagine it. And just that's him, man. That's the Tarman right there. And that's him underneath. When they shot this, they did not intend for the glass to break. It was a happy accident, and they were very happy about it. But how cool is that? Look, that's him sleeping, but underneath those sleeping eyes made out of clay, you have these eyeballs. So when he starts melting, look at that. Look at that. They just put him, I mean, more ingenuity. Pre-CGI, what did you do? How did you want to melt a corpse? You just put it under hot heat and do it. Boom. There he is melting down. Melting. And there he is underneath. Surprise. Sequential Tarman photos of wax melting away from the plastic subsculpture of the Tarman. To achieve the desired effect, he is exposed to the atmosphere. The crew aimed heat blowers and glue guns at the Tarman wax prop. Milton the Monster says you could do a whole video on the soundtrack alone. I agree, man. And you want to know something? This book eventually does get to the soundtrack, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it in great depth. So you just wait. Yeah, the soundtrack is great, man. One of the greatest horror punk rock soundtracks ever. Ever. Look at this. Kenny Myers, we had no creative meetings per se. We were in the midst of production and had no time for that. So here's the thing. Kenny Myers comes in and takes over the job from William Munns, who's doing a terrible job with special effects, right? And here's a guy, remember what William Munns says? What does William Munns says back here? Let me find it. Look, here's William Munns saying, one of the factors, and I love the way the book is so unbiased about it. They're not trying to side one way or another. One factor that diminishes the capacity of a person to do their job well is when extra work and unnecessary interruptions are imposed on an artist, especially with a short and intense pre-production schedule. And you get the crap that we saw. And then here is the guy that replaces him. What is his attitude? We had no creative meetings per se. We were in the midst of production and had no time for that. And there's a guy who just knows how to do his job, does it, and doesn't need all the theatrics or whatever it was that made Munns the way that he was. And look at these and look at the work that turns out. You can't argue with it, man. Instead of those stupid masks. I guess these are the guys who are covered in mud, right? They do have makeup, but man, in my opinion, just so much more effective than wearing a mask, you know? Let's see what it says. There's the stumpy guy who has like one of the most memorable scenes. He's eating real brains, by the way. He's eating actual brains. There he is. That's him. That's the guy. Look at him. He used his disability to give us one of the most memorable sequences of a zombie you can imagine. And to that, I salute him. Let's see what they say here. Makeup designs for Principal Zombies by Kenneth Myers. So we saw the masks before that were never used. Now here's what Kenneth Myers does, right? He just comes in and just does it. William Munns' zombie masks can still be seen in a number of scenes. So that's what it was. So there is extra footage featuring those masks, and those masks were disposed of, and Kenny's footage was replaced. And Kenny's footage is far superior. Above an insert. Oh, so the actor's name is Jerome Daniels. Tucks in a meal of fresh human calf brains. So they were calf brains. So there's Jerome Daniels, who's dancing right here, eating some calf brains. I salute you, Jerome Daniels. Yeah, I suppose those are both like natural reactions to seeing this very graphic thing. You're scared and you're also laughing because of the way the movements, and I think humor, our ability to scream and our ability to laugh are connected to the same, primordial ooze in our medulla oblongatas or whatever, our hypothalamuses is that this gentleman is currently munching on or whatever, below. Hollywood Boulevard dancer Jerome Daniels playing the legless corpse, eating calf brains, reportedly turned him green. So there he goes. He was a legless dancer who was recruited. He used to work on Hollywood Boulevard. We salute you, Jerome Daniels, for your awesome contribution to horror cinema. You rule. And there's Clue getting attacked. I'm not going to show the buttocks. And look how yellow he is, man. That yellow job is so perfect. They didn't have to put any prosthetics on him. He's just a fresh cadaver who is that yucky, nauseating medical yellow, that antiseptic yellow. It's just so effective. Graham came to my makeup room in the stage, and I already knew it was over, so I simply asked him how I could assist him as a friend to make a smooth transition. Ooh. Graham came to my makeup room in the stage, and I already knew it was over, so I simply asked him how I could. Well, that's nice that William Munns had that sort of grace to exit smoothly. He didn't make a big deal out of it. The yellow cadaver, which was played by Terrence M. Houlihan, attacks Bert. In the original script, he was to bite Bert. I did not realize that. As seen in the legendary work print edition of the film, which surfaced in the early 90s. So I did not realize that he actually takes a bite, probably because the quality is so terrible in the work print. He actually bites Clue, which is another thing. A bite is supposed to turn you. And in this case, nobody ever gets turned from a bite. They get turned from a bite in Return of the Living Dead 3, which is a whole different bag, but Trash comes back because she was soaked in the acid rain. That's why she came back. She didn't come back because they were eating her brains, And I'm not going to show below the neck here because she is topless, but there is Clue, there's Trash. That's what Trash looks like when she's all zombified, and there's James. James and Clue with Linnea in the makeup room. Gulager wished to keep a copy of this photo as a souvenir. However, he never received one, and it was thought lost until now. So great. It's a great photo, especially when you look below the neck. It all works. It all comes together. It all works very well. here's Don Calfa. We had a great art director. I brought in my own things. I had a photo of Eva Braun, who was Hitler's wife, who he married right before he killed himself, in the background. I also had a poster of Goebbels, looking over Hitler's shoulder. I brought a personality to the role. Nothing more. I mean, all that and more should be said about Don Calfa. And here's a photo of him. Look, here is Ernie and Tina await their fate in the attic. It was Calfa's idea to shoot Randolph in the head, just as John Carpenter had done in the film. Just as John Carradine had done in the film Stagecoach. Right. He got this idea from Stagecoach, where the wagons are surrounded by Indians, Native Americans, who are encroaching on them, and John Carradine pulls a pistol to spare the damsel, the fate at the hands of the Native Americans. And it was Don Calfa's idea to do the same with protecting. Essentially, Ernie becomes a protector of Tina, and how conflicting that Ernie should be. He's a Nazi in hiding, but he's also the hero of the story. It really sort of, as a Jew, it's conflicting for me because I love the character of Ernie so much. I hate to say this, but is it possible that a Jew could have a Nazi that he admires if it's a fictional Nazi who, I don't know. How does that work? I don't know. Moving on. So here we are. Oh, don't want to see that. So there we are. Getting ready to eat, getting ready for a meal, supper time. Here, Trash and the bum with the shopping cart get some direction from Dan. William Stout is often mistakenly thought to be a bum. However, he did play the wine at the beginning of the film. Right, we've talked about that. And there she is in pouncing position. You really don't get to see her full, and for whatever reason, her jaw just like extends like crazy. I'll cover up the and you can see there she is. That's what she looked like. So she was wearing pants, even though she's naked, dead and naked in the film. She died in her birthday suit. So, and here, oh my God, I think we can conclude. We're going to conclude. We're going to wind this down because we want to just do a little bit each day until we get through the whole book. The money on the film was not in salaries. I had a fair salary because I had just come off a couple of big hit movies. Clue must have had a good salary too, but the kids worked for minimum. So the money was not great, but they still he enjoyed doing the movie, man. Just totally spat on my book. Gross. And that's him getting ready to meet his maker, as he says, "Forgive me." Which, it's funny that the guy who wrote the blog about the book, the novelization, talks about how John Russo inserted his Irish Catholic faith into a lot of the characters. But, I think it was on brand because here is Frank committing a mortal sin because he's already dead. He's getting down on his knees and he's saying, "Forgive me." He could be praying to his wife, but he could also be praying to God. And he puts his ring on the switch as it's just such a brilliant scene. They say that when you're doing low budget filmmaking, there's a golden triangle of low budget filmmaking. It's good, fast, and cheap. You can never have something. You can only have two out of the three. You can never get all three. So you can have something that is going to be good and fast, but it's not going to be cheap. You can have something that's fast and cheap, but it's not going to be good. Do you get what I'm saying? But there are some times, and it happened quite a few times in the case of Return of the Living Dead, where you get something that is good, fast, and cheap. And one case is the reanimating of the butterflies, which they just took a little fan. They cut out, those butterflies were made out of cutouts of paper, and they just took a little fan right outside of the camera and they blew it on the butterflies and it made them flutter right in the foreground of the scene when they're dealing with the yellow cadaver. And here, where they came up with such a ginormous ending for Frank's arc that was just thought just like that. They already had the stuff all set up. All they had to do was just cinch it. And they turned what would have been just, another one of them to die by the big bomb at the end, and made it even more tragic somehow. And there he is. What is this picture from? Insert: James Karen was the one responsible for Frank's eventual fate, which would be considerably different to the one featured in O'Bannon's original script. Left makeup design by Kenny Myers. So that's Kenny. Huh. That's Kenny right there. And I don't know what the shot is from, though. Interesting. Very interesting. There's our dude there. And he looks so harmless in the movie. He is terrifying. But right here is this. He just looks like he's just chilling. He's just hanging out. Dan actually had us go out on a date before filming. Remember I mentioned that between him and Beverly? Tom doesn't remember going out. That's Beverly saying that. And there he is in his makeup, man. I'm just so glad they took these photos. I could have a whole movie about Freddie just like this if he had survived, Frank's demise was sad, but nice to see that he didn't want to hurt anyone in the group. That's an interesting point, Rue. Perhaps that is the takeaway, is that he wanted, I don't know. I would say that he wanted to be in control of his own fate. He didn't want, he was reluctant. He didn't want to hurt anybody, but he also wanted to be he wanted to be in control of something uncontrollable that has happened to him. So he didn't want this to happen to him. It was outside of his control, and he's taking that control back by ending it himself. It's a good observation, though, Rue. And there he is, man. And even though it was James Karen's idea to do this, he still has Dan O'Bannon showing him how to do it, because Dan just has to show everybody how to do everything. But at the same time, he is the director, and everybody has their role on set. And, Dan O'Bannon's the type of guy who, whatever you want to say about Dan O'Bannon, it was his idea to do the other thing. And he heard James Karen's idea and was like, that's a great idea. That's the way we should end your character. And he listened to him, So it's just like, Dan O'Bannon was kind of a genius, man. He was a genius in that he was, not only was he creative and a good writer, but that he also was able to incorporate and collaborate with his actors when it made sense. They also had a good relationship. James Karen had a good relationship with Dan O'Bannon, which perhaps allowed Dan O'Bannon to listen to him. Had Beverly come to Dan with a suggestion, do you think that Dan would have allowed Beverly to have a similar suggestion? I don't know. By the way, Don is talking about over here. Hold on, let me find this thing of Don. Don was talking about how he got to bring his own props and personality. I can't find it, but whatever. I can just talk about it. One of the things that he brought, and they talk about it later, he brought in, to add to his Nazi character, a set of pulled teeth, which is what happened to the Jews. The Jews who had, here it is, in the attic, there is a jar. I've never seen it. To this day, I've never found it. I've always looked for it. There's supposedly a jar of teeth with gold fillings, which is what the Nazis would pull teeth from Jews after they were gassed. All the gold was removed from the Jews. All the jewelry was melted down. It was turned into Nazi regalia and whatever, Nazi gold. All this stuff came from the Jews. Some of it came from the Jews, and including the fillings in the teeth of dead Jews, gold and silver. And supposedly there's a jar full of teeth in that attic. But don't want to see that. So, and then I've never seen that. I don't know where this shot is from. This is taken from something. This must be from an outtake from the death scene for Frank. I don't know. It does not say. It just says this was the direction of the suicide scene. I wonder if that they just put that there to go along with stuff. So here, what's this? Dan O'Bannon trying to persuade the street performer Jerome Daniels to eat real calf brains. Look, he's like, it would just really add so much to the film if you would do it. Please, will you do that? Man, I don't know. You really, his look on his face, you really want me to eat calf brains? Yes, please, 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 just do it. Just do it. You're going to add so much production value. I'm going to pay you a little extra money. I believe he was paid a little extra money. I'm going to pay you a little extra money. I just want you to eat some calf brains. Man, I don't know if I could do that. That sounds really disgusting. I'm very squeamish. My palate is not of the variety where I would want to eat something like that. I'll tell you what, how about if you eat some brains first and then I'll eat some brains? Look, I'm the director. I'm behind camera. I don't have to eat those brains, but I would really, really appreciate it if you did. Man, I don't know. I'll think about it. Uh-oh, here's Trash taking her clothes off. Uh-oh, Trash is taking her clothes off again. Boy, she looks good there. What a good-looking actress, woman, whatever you want to call. She's very pretty in this photo. Yeah, Rue, I can't. Hold on. Oh, I don't want to see her. Don't want to see her. Vegetarian, right? In reference to Drew. Hey, man, I'm a vegetarian. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to eat that. But there she is. She gets into. She does the dance. In darkness, you will find me. I dance among the dead. You think this is an effing costume? They sure didn't act that way. Bert explains to Scuzz, Brian Peck, and Spider just how to deal with the dead returning to life. Above the insert, Trash prepares to attack the Tac Squad commander, who is played by Bob Libden. So people confuse this guy. People think, I was talking about this yesterday, people think that this is Dan O'Bannon in his cameo, and he looks a lot like Dan O'Bannon. He does look like Dan O'Bannon. Let's see if we can find a photo. So that's him, and that's Dan. They look very, very similar, right? They look similar, but it's not him. There, she's going for the bite. He's like, what's going on? Has no idea he's about to get chomped down. And now look, now there's Dan. Dan and this guy look very similar. Look at that. That's him. And there's Dan. Dan's social graces could sometimes leave a lot to be desired. That didn't bother me so much, as I had known Dan for a little while before working with him. That's William Stout. They had done some pretty macabre stuff in a few mortuaries when they were studying real life situations with dead people for this movie. I'll leave it at that. Read the book if you want to know more. Pretty grisly, grim sort of stuff. And here is Brian Peck getting rigged up. They spilled a lot of blood. A lot of blood got spilled with this guy right here. Look at that. Yeah, he really he's wearing a dog tag. Look at that. What's his shirt say? His shirt's just like random squigglies. Cherry Davis says, sorry to say I didn't meet any of the other cast members. When you do a voiceover, you're pretty much a loner, alas. And there he is. There she is. That was Cherry Davis. She was the half corpse talking, revealing exposition that we would need to learn why the dead eat what they eat. Don says, it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful. And the treat was just seeing the movie and saying, wow, this is a gem. Yeah, man. Opposite, why do you eat people? Ernie questions the half corpse and above. Ernie takes a hearty swig out of his hip flask. The deleted scene features in the work print. So I got to watch the work print again because I don't remember a lot of these deleted scenes. So this is from the deleted scene. This is a still, and you can actually see that. So that's after Spider. So Spider and Bert have already left. Ernie's got a broken foot. His foot's broke, as he says. And there's Tina, who's bummed out that they left us. They left us. They had to. And he's numbing the pain as Freddy is trying to, Tina, I want to eat your brains. Look at this. All right, we're gonna. So this is interesting. This is special effects these are special makeup effects by artist Greg Nicotero. There's a young Greg Nicotero. That's his first screen credit. He played a soldier and he did special effects assisting Tom Savini. And pretty soon he would go on to start K&B Effects. And now he is the powerhouse of these days, overseeing Creepshow on Shudder. He's, synonymous with The Walking Dead. It was good to get one of the Romero people, someone from Romero's camp involved. He was also involved with Creepshow. There's Spider with Tarman's eyes. Those are Tarman's eyes at the desk of assistant to producers Victoria Slaymaker. Hello. He's had way too much coffee today. And then on the flip side, this is Robert Craighead as cop number 1 with a couple of zombie extras. So as you can see, these zombie extras are dirty, but they do not. She's like, I can't wait to eat your brains. Peter also does not remember the work print either, just alternate cuts. Yeah, man, I got to rewatch it. It's on the Scream Factory edition. I'm going to check it out. But notice, as I was saying earlier, how this is what I'm talking about. Some of the corpse just do not have any. They didn't have any prosthetics or anything, and it works. Just cover them in mud and rain, and it's wet and it's dark. It's night outside, and there's bright lights. It just works, man. It works. They look so macabre, and they move fast, and it was just incredibly, incredibly scary. So yeah, that's it. That's where we're gonna leave off today. I hope you enjoyed this. So like I said, so tonight I get the instructions for the 72-hour film challenge that I'm supposed to be doing, right? Oh no. What's going on? Oh, we froze. Re-entering the broadcast studio. There I am. Enter the broadcast studio. Come on. I'm backstage. Uh-oh. That's annoying. Add to the stream. You can't see. Hello. Hello. It doesn't matter. We don't need that anymore. So we're getting our instructions for the 72-hour film challenge that we're doing for the Sick and Wrong Film Festival. Our team is known as the Herbert Westchesters because we're in Westchester, New York. So I was like, the Herbert Westchesters, of course, that makes sense. I may or may not, we're not shooting until tomorrow night, so I may or may not do part 3 of this ongoing deep dive into the complete history of Return of the Living Dead. But you better believe we are going to get all the way through. Pete, oh, you know what? You're right. Thanks for reminding me. Pete, the Damien interview comes tomorrow. So you know what? There will be no, no, I'm not doing, this is the last live video for the week. Tomorrow is the Damien interview on Pizza Punk. So if you're into Sam Hain, check that out. That's coming tomorrow. And Sunday we have our second part of Jerry's Kids for Facebook Evil Live, the YouTube streaming Evil Live show. Really need a better title for that. Thank you for joining me again. I love doing this stuff. I really do. I wish I was getting paid full time to do it. That's why I'm doing a video every day. I'm trying to increase the amount of AdSense revenue that I get from doing these videos with the ads. So let me tell you something. If you're just working in the background and you're just and an ad comes and you want to support me without spending any money, just let the ad play out. When you let the ad play out, you are helping me so much. I can't even tell you. Just let your ad play out. Let it play all the way through before skipping. Like I said, if you're not strapped for time, if you're strapped for time, skip those ads. But when you watch those ads, you're helping to keep the lights on in this operation that is Frumess, the Frumess brand of YouTube entertainment that I like to provide. So, all right, that's enough. Rue, you the man. My little man now wants to watch the movie again. That's nice. Yeah, go sit down and watch it. You can watch it endlessly. And thank you for the good luck. Yes, Damien's coming tomorrow. It's either 12 or 1. One of those two. It'll be here. You'll be able to see it. I believe it's at noon. It's at noon. So watch it live here at noon, even though it was pre-taped. Lots of revelations about Iggy and lots of revelations about Glenn Danzig. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you! 66 cents. Hey ho, let's go. Return of the Living Dead. What do you know? Rap-a-tap-a-tap-tap-tap-tap-tap. Shibbity-boo-bop-boo-wop-ba-da-da-da. Welcome to another episode of The Jeff Show. So my endeavor over the weekend was a success. I did a 72-hour film challenge competition. We were triumphant and glorious. Big shout out to my team for helping to make that happen. Couldn't have done it without you guys. It's a lot of fun. You basically write, edit, shoot, direct, sound design, sound mix, all that stuff, everything, the entire filmmaking process, and upload it to its proper folder all within 72 hours. And that's what I've been doing since Thursday. It was a awesome success. And now I was like, I can't wait to get back to making regular videos again, or these YouTube videos. And so we're back. We're talking still about Return of the Living Dead. One of my favorite films. I can never stop talking about this film. I had such a good time talking about the novel that I was like, you know what? Let's talk about Return of the Living Dead, the book, the complete history about the making of the film. Except the problem is, that's a great shot of Freddy that we missed. Maybe I'll start here with that. Hold on. First, I got to get my link. We got to set up the book cam, as I should call it. That's what it should really be known as, the book cam, not the other way around. Yes, Milton. Yo, what's up? Joined by our regulars, Rue Morgue and Milton the Monster. It is party time. What's going on, Milton and Rue? Welcome, you guys. We're powering through. You guys have been with me. We're powering through this book. we're just gonna ram it home. I'm just finding. Do either one of you guys remember where we left off? I don't quite remember. I think we were at the tail end. Yeah, we were. Aha, I found it. All right, so we'll start a little bit. We'll pull it back just a smidge here. Yeah, okay, I found our place. So I have our place. So like I said, we've been talking about this, and I'm going to actually post this in a few other spots. Okay, just because why the F not? Why the F not? I just got to find my place here. Bear with me, people. I know this is not entertaining by any stretch of the imagination here. I'm gonna grab that link. So yeah, it was definitely a productive weekend. I feel pretty good about that. It's a good feeling. Oh, there I am. I'm on TV. Look, Mom, finally on TV. It's my dream. Isn't it amazing to think that YouTube has given us the opportunity to become TV personalities? The everyman can be a TV personality if they want to. Sorry, guys, I'm just doing my little posty post thing. It kind of blows my mind to think about it like that. How's the mic sound? Mic sound okay? Okay, hold on. We're gonna rip it and roll it while my daughter is still asleep in just a few seconds. Oh, you know what? Why am I making everybody wait? Let's just do it. Everybody. Here we go. Where's our little link to the thing? So entertaining. I'm loving how entertaining this is right now. Here we go. Okay, we're in the studio now. Da, 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 da. Entering the broadcast studio. Hello. Look at that. We're going to call this book cam. Book cam. There we go. And we've joined. Whoa. There it is. It's crazy. Let's take off. There we go. I could, when I hear it, look at that. Whoa, man. So are those all the Jeffs in the parallel dimension? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. We got to put our shades down. We don't want people to see what we're doing. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk Return of the Living Dead, shall we? Look, man. So we saw this photo before of Miguel just having a good time in the production office. And we talked about this over here. Here's what I really want to look. Look at these photos. Wait. Oh, I lost them. See there. Oh, okay, yeah. So here's some more photos. There's one of the send more paramedic cops right here. It says Radio Corpse #2. He was played by David Bond in a Civil War uniform with a zombie extra. Look at that. So he's clearly on the rebel side, Confederate guy, comes back from the dead, gets killed in 1864. Returns to life in 1985, craving brains, figures out how to operate the whatchamacallit, the what's that thing called? The radio, the dispatch, and asks dispatch to send more. It's Grubhub, baby. It's Grubhub in 1985. And there's our two cops that get eaten up, get killed. You have Paul Cloud as cop #2, who later becomes a zombie, with Robert Craighead as cop #1. Sadly, Cloud passed away in 1987. I'm sorry to hear that. But there he is, immortalized. He would die 2 years later, but he's immortalized forever with us in Return of the Living Dead as cop #2, who does turn into a zombie because he's out in the rain. And then here's our buddy. Look at this. There's Cranky John Russo with a barrel. I may have met him, John Russo, once in the early days of the project, but had no dealings with him. I do not believe he ever came to the set, Graham Henderson. So even though he wrote the novelization, even though he wrote or helped to write Night of the Living Dead, even though he wrote Return of the Living Dead, the novel in 1978, He is really in no way involved with the production at all. He's just a guy who got to do some cool stuff. And I got to compliment him. I told him that. I said, dude, I love the Return of the Living Dead novel when I did meet him. And it was funny because I showed up. He's like one of those guys, like, I get very uncomfortable in the convention scene. And I'll tell you why. I get uncomfortable because I don't want to pay for someone's photo. I don't. That's just not me. I've never paid to have my photo taken with someone. It's a weird thing. These transactional relationships, they're not relationships, these transactional interactions, I should say, the meet and greets, if I'm going to meet someone, I'm going to meet someone on my own, on my own terms, on their own terms. I'm not going to meet them because I paid to meet them. I just think that doesn't work for me. I don't judge anybody for doing that. There's a lot of people who do that and have a lot of fun. I don't want to take away from or shame you in any way. For me, it's a matter of like, I would feel uncomfortable, I don't know. It just, the whole thing makes me uncomfortable is basically what it is. And so I showed up extra early and I asked him for a photo, and I'm sure in the back of his mind, he was like, this guy should have paid me for my photograph. And I was just like, I don't know. It just was a weird situation. But yeah, that's something I've noticed about conventions. I don't know. I mean, I have no problem buying movies or posters or photographs. I'm just talking about the idea of getting something signed and paying for a signature is weird to me. It doesn't work for me personally. Just me, no one else. No judgment. I don't want to pass judgment on anybody. That's just the way I am. So there's our yellow cadaver. William Stout says, let George make his zombie movie and we'll make ours. The two end products were completely different from one another and intended so from the start. Because I guess when George's lawsuit in 1984, 1985 is because he's doing Day of the Dead and they're doing Return of the Living Dead. And, once again, as always, with the misfits, with anything in life, brand confusion is always the problem. Brand confusion's a problem, man. It's just the way it is. So there you go. There is one of my favorite behind the scenes photos. It just shows you how scary, because you're like, yeah, that's a human being. That's not a zombie. That's a human being in makeup taking a goofy photo. But in my little brain mind, my little boy mind, I'm like, oh my God, that he is right next to Freddy, and Freddy is going to bite into his head. There's Kenny, the makeup master. And that is Victoria Slaymaker at the bottom. Oh, yeah, this is Victoria Slaymaker with Kenny Myers and Thomas. They call them the Burns makeup. Matthews goes for a bite of Myers. And then the bottom picture, Victoria poses. So that is Victoria. Poses next to the paramedics ambulance. Prior to Return of the Living Dead, Slaymaker was a Universal Pictures tour guide. So she got her big break with Return of the Living Dead. That's pretty darn cool, if you ask me. And I believe actually maybe we might have seen some of these photos. I think we might have gotten here. Let me see. Don Calfa and Ernie had a good relationship with O'Bannon and even penned his own sequel, which he sent to O'Bannon for his approval. And that's Revenge of the Living Dead. That recently got made into a comic book. So Don was so enamored with the role of Ernie and the process of making this film that he felt the need, the urge, the desire to write his own sequel. Probably because he saw this as an opportunity to create a vehicle for him to be a star. Because Don Calfa's he's a character actor, man, primarily, and it's a shame. I've said this is the third episode I'm saying this in a row. I can't help myself. Could have been the Jeffrey Combs of the 1980s. Could have been. It's just a shame that Don was not more in the spotlight. He should have been. But he wrote his own sequel, and Brian Peck, who you are going to see right here, Brian Peck wrote his own sequel to Return of the Living Dead. So a bunch of people involved with the movie. Who should have written his own? There's one person who could still make a Return of the Living Dead movie and do it justice. It would be William Stout. William Stout could come in, theoretically. He was part of the original creative process. Came up with the original look of the film. That's not to say that he could not make his own Return of the Living Dead, and it would be sacrosanct, if that's the right word I'm using there. So here is Clue taking a nap on set, accompanied by first assistant director David M. Robertson. And here is Don doing Ernie, performs the autopsy on the mortuary corpse. The actor had a prosthetic chest, so Calfa was able to insert the trocar, that's the name of the long pointy needle, into him. Opposite is a cast and crew photo promoting the release in 1985. So there's the crew, and these guys have been together ever since, most of them. Whoever is still alive. I mean, Tom, Brian, Linnea, Miguel, Jewel. There's William Stout. I mean, these guys all knew each other, man, and still know each other to this day and are still tight for the most part. Marketing, Return of the Living Dead. Here, oh, man. Now, this stuff, stuff is so cool. So even though William Stout, Bill Munns, special effects work, makeup stuff was not good, these photos of the zombie mask, they got used in all the promo materials, probably because money was wasted and they felt, well, we can incorporate this into our marketing department without revealing what the movie looks like by using these photos. I think it's a pretty good idea, right? I don't know what that is. That's Brian Peck kissing the half corpse. It's too late for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but wow, that is so cool. So these are the original marketing materials that were sent to theaters to promote the Return of the Living Dead. Send more cops. You see, okay, so this looks like this is a promotional. We never saw that. You never see this in the movie. This must be from deleted scenes. Like, I would love to see what this was and see the full thing. Look at that. Could you imagine how happy Tony Gardner is to see his half corpse on promo for that, like that? Tired blood, wake up and see Return of the Living Dead. And then look, you had buttons. What I wouldn't give for one of those trucker hats. More brains. So great. It's so great. Don't miss the opening that will prey on your mind. It's a movie with more brains. This is it. The movie with more brains. I love that, man. That looks like it's another unused promo shot. And then you have even more. So this looks I love how Rue casually says, that would be an awesome poster for my dungeon. Like, I know what you're talking about. I have a dungeon as well. You're talking about like your man cave space. But it's just funny because like all we see is dungeon. Yes. Unless you literally have a dungeon, Rue. I don't know. Look at that. You don't see that one anywhere. Here's another one. Ghouls, graveyards, acid rain. What a great spot for a party. Man, I wish I had t-shirts of every single one of these things, man. Look at that one. See it with your best ghoul friend. These look like they might have been sketches. That looks like it's some sort of promotional sketch. Who knows? Is there laughter after death? Yuck, yuck, yuck. What a cool thing. I mean, the amount of effort and care that went into making this book, you know, it kind of blows my mind. So here are the foreign posters, and these go for lots of money today. I have seen some collectors with these posters. Look at that. That's Japan right there. There's Germany, where they featured Don. You know, it's funny. A movie gets written. I always say this. A movie gets written 4 times, right? A movie gets written when you write the movie. A movie gets written again during production because things happen and you have to change things around. A movie gets written again in post-production when you're editing and you're shifting things around. The feature-length film I made, Romeo's Distress, I had to do a lot of rewriting happened in editing. But a movie gets made a 4th time. The 4th time a movie gets made is in the marketing. That's not to say that the movie itself, the narrative, doesn't get changed, but the way that the movie is perceived in and of itself is a rewrite of the movie. And I can't tell you how many times have you read a synopsis on a box, wherever, where you sort of what the box says doesn't really describe what actually happens in the movie, and that's a marketing team trying to bend as much as they possibly can. There's a great poster. Look at that. That's the Italian poster. See how they feature trash. It's interesting how in Germany they put Ernie. It's like a comedy. This looks like a comedy in Germany, right? And then this looks like it's all about sex and death in Italy. This is another poster. This is from Japan, which I believe is on the cover of I'm using this for the thumbnail, actually, or something that's similar like this for the thumbnail. So that's and the movie in Japan is known as Battalion. Actually, it's called Battalion. This is what is this? Oh, this is Taiwan. So that's Taiwan. So they're spoiling what happens to trash. This is a crude Italian poster. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the UK poster. My bad. I'm reading these wrong. Above, below. This is the layout is weird. So below. So that's a UK poster, and that right there is another Japanese poster, and that's the classic VHS box art for Return of the Living Dead. That's what I know and love. What we all know and love. Are we gonna party or what? Beverly says, I took my sister with me. It was a nice party. I still have the matchbook from it. So they had matchbooks. I didn't stay very long because my sister needed to get home. That's a shame. So there are a bunch of the cast and crew at the thing. Look at that. That's the flyer. Party of Living Dead. Look at that. Who held on to that? Who is the genius that held on to this, man? Isn't that crazy? And the print for Living Dead that you see everywhere, that is the main title card. That was done by William Stout. Did that. It was his ode to Ralph Steadman. There's Don, and that's Tom Fox. Leanna, Tom, and James. Wow. Isn't that cool? Isn't that righteous? There's Don and Brian. I don't remember the rap party. I have no memory. I always have a good time at a rap party, and I don't even remember the food. Don Calfa. Uh-oh. This is bad, you guys. We're done. So that was it. That was all this whole thick chapter. Look at this. So we're about halfway through the book. Halfway through the book is Return of the Living Dead, and then the other half is another 4 movies. This is the remaining 4 movies right there. And we're going to go through the rest of it. We're going through it all. So now that brings us into Return of the Living Dead Part 2. I think, once again, the Return of the Living Dead series has some incredible art, promotional art that surrounds it. And this poster is one of my favorites. I love the art for Return of the Living Dead 2. I saw this box cover, and I was terrified by Return of the Living Dead. Again, see my story from my Joe Vasta episode. Joe Vasta from JV from Mr. Monster for Pizza Punk, where we talk about how terrified I was. And this poster, this VHS cover art terrified me as a child. Terrified. I was too afraid to watch Return of the Living Dead Part 2 because of how afraid I was in Part 1. Look at the detail, man. You never really notice the homes at the bottom. I mean, we know that they're there, but then it just so iconic. They had VHS cardboard cutouts of this art, and it's just the bomb. So here's our director. There's Ken Wiederhorn. Wiederhorn? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I don't know how to pronounce anybody's name with the headless. Get that screwdriver out of my skull. Wow. Rue, I didn't know you were a tattoo artist, so you tattooed that art. That's pretty cool, man. Rue, do you do art as well? Are you an artist, Rue? Do you know how to draw, Rue? Kind of curious. Yeah, look at that, though. So there you go. There's Ken right there. And there is our 3 leads. So we know what happens in the sequel. You got the 3 boys. But the setup here is Jesse's a good kid. This kid literally starred in 2 iconic films from the 80s. He starred in Return of the Living Dead Part 2, not as iconic, But then he started the Blob remake. Both came out in 1988. I mean, this kid must have been the face of horror in 1988. I said, get that damn screwdriver out of my head. Yes, I'm an art. Oh, cool. Rude, you got to show me some of your artwork. I'm curious to see what it looks like, man. So and there's what's this kid's name? This kid's name is Thor, I think. Yeah, his name's Thor. And you know what's funny? We were joking on that last Blitzkid tour, that Blitzkid tour I did with Blitzkid, that Goolsby kind of looked like this kid with his hair all slicked back. We used to joke about that. And that's this kid gets it. We don't see what happens to him. He just sort of runs off. I mean, the setup is equally as scary, and it involves little kids dying and stuff, you know. But it also feels like the tone is so much lighter. It feels like a kid's movie. It doesn't feel like a hard rated R film that it's billed. It feels like it feels like a Goosebumps. It's Return of the Living Dead if you were trying to do it through a Goosebumps prism, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I guess, why is this poster here? That's right. Ken had also directed Shockwaves. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Shockwaves, which is the name of the podcast, one of my beloved podcasts, which sadly also got destroyed in 2020, the year 2020. That kid reminds me of Scott Vargas. I don't know who Scott Vargas is. Now I'm going to go Google this real quick, because you know me and the Googs. Scott Vargas. Let me see who he is. Taking a look. Scott Vargas. Interesting. Very interesting. Sorry. From the Xmas Story. Oh, okay. You mean A Christmas Story with Scott Fart? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kid the kid with the raccoon hat. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I could see that. I could definitely see that. This is a great photo of Ken. I can't say that, but Rue says it for me. Thanks, Rue. And there's our dynamic duo re-teaming again. To tell the truth, what? Okay, so Ken, the director, says, to tell the truth, I don't have many fond memories of making this film. Ken, he didn't. He wrote and directed it. He doesn't like horror films. This is a guy who does comedy, doesn't like horror films, doing a horror film. If you don't like horror films, you shouldn't be making horror films, honestly. Like, what the hell? But it does bring James Karen and Tom Matthews back in new characters, trying to create some of that same chemistry that we love so much from the first film. And, you know, I got to tell you, just reading and watching about this, even though I already watched Return of the Living Dead twice this year, I think I'm going to rewatch it again. So that's Forrest Ackerman right there. He founded Famous Monsters magazine, Forry Ackerman, as he's known. Look right here. One of Kenny Meyer's special zombie makeups on Forry Ackerman. The producer insisted on a more comedic look for the zombies in Return of the Living Dead Part 2. Isn't that cool? Ken says, I don't remember the original title. Fox and Laura Marr wanted a strong tie-ins to the franchise, so I offered to rewrite the Gravediggers so Tom Matthews and James Karen could play them. I thought it would be fun to reincarnate them. So, yeah, that's the other thing that people don't realize. Return of the Living Dead Part 2 did not start off as a sequel to Return of the Living Dead. It was a zombie film, or it was a story that would already existed and then got incorporated as Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And as Ken says right there, he had to rewrite it. I have a feeling we're not going to rap about this section as much as we rapped about the first section. Ken says, if I remember correctly, I think we had 34 days and there were 3 weeks of night shooting, which is not easy on the body. Look how tired they look. God, this book, the layout is put together so well. And there he is. There's okay. So their name, I forgot their names are Ed. Trioxin infected Ed and Joey await their diagnosis from Doc Mandel. And below, Michael, that's his name, Michael Kenworthy and James Karen with friend Forrest J. Ackerman, who was cast as Harvey Kramer, aka the special zombie in Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And yeah, man, I mean that's pretty heavy, man. Like there you are with the founder of Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. And there's Brian Peck in one of his many roles. Brian Peck was heavily involved with the production behind the scenes. I guess I don't, he goes, when part 2 came about, I was under the impression that I would not be involved, which was disappointing. What I really should do, and I'm not doing this justice right now, but I don't have time to find it. Maybe I'll go back. I need to find out where Brian talks about trying to rewrite or write a sequel, and he talks about what that sequel would have been in the same way that, I don't know if anybody realizes this, but Brian Yuzna did have a follow-up to Return of the Living Dead Part 3 called Hell Mary, and I didn't know about it until I got this book, and the concept and the idea blew my mind. Look at her. That's the librarian, and she has a cat. And he just Brian kept reinventing himself through different, he would do just different makeups and different personas. And Ken would just roll his eyes and go, okay, Brian, whatever you want to do. Tom Matthews says, I was disappointed by part 2. It tried to make jokes which didn't pay off. Dan was an actor's director. Ken was a tool. Ouch. But it's true, man. It's true in the very fact that Dan was the type of guy that would take James Cameron's suggestion for how, his character, Frank, should end his life, and he took it, or his unlife, I should say. Look at those guys. They are super 80s up in the graveyard. Look at those wraparounds. That was all the rage. That was all the rage for old people to have the wraparound sunglasses that could wrap around your own glasses. This is in the days before they chemically figured out how to change lenses. I was fooled. This is just basically like Ken coming to terms with like the reality of Return of the Living Dead Part 2. I was foolish to be too ambitious with too little money. There was no time for cast bonding when you're always putting out fires. Which, yeah, whatever. Thor, the kid. Now, Thor, this kid actually did an entire commentary on the DVD release, which I believe is hard to come by now, but it doesn't matter because Scream Factory's put it out, which I do have, and along with the poster in my basement, in my dungeon room. Yeah, but this kid did a whole commentary on everything, even the parts he's not in. I don't know. It's just weird. He's not an actor at all. He goes, I would go over the scenes we were planning to shoot and make sure I knew my lines. Ken was always really good about going over things in advance. That's from Thor, who for Return of the Living Dead Part 2 is not a Thor subject. Here's something that's interesting. Look at this. So Don Calfa was supposed to play the Doctor, I believe, right? Doctor Who. Both Philip Burns and Return of the Living Dead star Don Calfa would audition for the role of Jesse's drunken neighbor, Doc Mandel. How about that, man? You know what? I'm going to read this one thing because this is interesting. Because the returning cast always try to get in on this, the action for Return of the Living Dead 2 and 3, and they just were not allowed. Don Calfa says, well, I'd rather not go over this, but I'll tell you, I was up for the role of Doc, a drunken doctor. I read it and I didn't get it. It went to Philip Burns, who could be very good and very effective. He was an off-Broadway comic. I can't for the life of me remember if I saw the movie, and to be honest, I couldn't give a fair opinion about it. I know that I had written a sequel for our movie with Roger Carney called Revenge of the Living Dead, and I gave it to Tom Fox, and that was the end of it. I also gave it to Dan O'Bannon, who, by the way, loved it, which amazes me because he doesn't like anything much. Anyway, a gag wound up in the film of a severed zombie hand, of a severed zombie hand, and I thought, well, what are you going to do? So you say, I wouldn't say I was treated terribly. Me, Jimmy, and Clue, Those two are pieces of Americano and are remarkable lead actors, and the three of us were the cornerstone of Return. But what are you going to do? I read for Wiederhorn again, and he never acknowledged that he had met me before. Now that Jimmy mentioned that, he and Tom Matthews rang me from the set one night, and it was a night, I believe, and they were saying, "Hey, Don, thank God you didn't do this movie. We're on our own, and we're shooting at night." I said, "How's Phil Burns?" And they said, "He's just too over the top." But sometimes over the top can work. So there you have it, folks. It would have been Don in that role, and I think if you're going to reincarnate, James Karen and Tom Matthews, why not get Don Calfa? Would have made your movie better, I think. There's Michael. He says Michael and I could be kind of a handful. That's Thor. I think Michael Kenworthy was interviewed for this book. He surfaced on Facebook not too long ago, and he had a fan club. I don't really know how many people are really fans of that dude, but whatever. I adored Dana Ashbrook and still do. Now, this dude is about to blow up on Twin Peaks, and right before that, he did this film. So he's in the Return of the Living Dead 2 universe. I adore Dana Ashbrook and still do. We had a blast together. He's very funny and deprecating. I recall he would talk about his acting with his nostrils when he saw himself in the film. So there's Kenny with a burnt up cadaver right there. Kenny putting makeup on Brian Peck. Opposite, Return of the Living Dead's 2's unlikely hero, Tom Essex, played by Dana Ashbrook. And above, so Kenny went from part 1 to part 2. He came back. And this time, Myers was able to build his team around him and start discussing ideas before production began, because he just jumped in when things were already set in stone. And lastly, one of Kenny Myers' makeup artists applies makeup to Brian Peck. So Tom Matthews says, wouldn't have done it without James Karen. These guys wanted to, I don't blame them. They wanted to rekindle the magic that they had in part 1. They bonded, they had a good time acting together, and they wanted that experience again. And it turned out to be a mistake, but who can blame someone for wanting to ignite the spark that was so well received in the first place? There's Doc Mandel, the over-the-top Philip Burns. Look at him doing he's stiffening it up all rigor mortis like. I mean, they literally rehash everything in this movie. There's nothing new. This film does not break any ground, unlike Return of the Living Dead Part 3, which breaks, some would say, too much new ground, but I love it for that. I love that movie so much. I'm going to talk forever about Return of the Living Dead Part 3, but we're not there yet. A man with very few morals. James Karen is the gravedigger named Ed. There you go. Keep moving on here. Tom Matthews and James Karen did that sequel, but it was like a remake. I have no idea why they didn't cast me, Don Calfa. I'm sure that really bummed him out, man. I'm sure he was annoyed that his friends got in the movie and he did not. I would be too, man. I'd feel slighted. Here's Alan Trotman. I worked a total of 1 day on set, so I don't remember anything significant. That's too bad. Who's this guy? It looks like a Christopher Walken with a crazy mustache. Insert Derek Logren as one of Kenny Myers' special zombies. Myers hired a few actors to play the principal zombies, as this made makeup effects less costly. Fair enough. There's another shot of Forey. The film was produced at an arm's length so it could be shot non-union. Ooh, that's not good. I think that's the ghoul that gets his jaw ripped off. I mean, the ghouls look great, man. The zombies look so much better. The zombies look great, but the Tarman looks terrible. The Tarman is nothing compared to the original Tarman, but it is cool to see that there is another Tarman. Alan returns with his trademark walk in a new version of the Tarman. This time, the Tarman's whole costume was designed by and created by Kenny, but it's not nearly as good as William Munns. You can't deny Munns and how well he did that. Below, James Karen gets to grips with Pussy Face, that Puss Face. Oops. Puss Face, I meant to say. Oops. I saw the PUSS. So this was also played by Brian Peck too. So that's Brian Peck played like every zombie in part 2. He played a lot of zombies. This might also be Brian Peck. I mean, he's literally no, this is an animatronic zombie character in Kenny Myers' workshop. Myers created a number of these for comedic effect. They include the hospital half corpse, Puss Face, and Jaw Zombie. That's Brian Peck. So Brian Peck there. So Brian Peck is literally just a featured special. He went from being a supporting character to just a featured zombie extra, but he got to be in a large chunk of the movie, just playing various different zombies. In Return of the Living Dead, we barely had enough time to make it to camera. The pieces were still wet. We learned a lesson in Return of the Living Dead about going for reality that we could not implement in part 2. Huh. And this photo is on the back of the cover art. You see that, and he's reattaching the jaw for his undead comrade, and that's also Brian Peck. Look at that. So that's Brian Peck, and that's him up there. Then that's him after they remove the jaw and he becomes animatronic. This is Lormar. Look at that. That zombie is freaky deaky, man. And there's Michael Kenworthy, the young Michael Kenworthy. I would be terrified to be next to that dude. There's Thor after he gets electrocuted and his face gets all burnt and gross. That's pretty good makeup, man. Can't deny the makeup. Thor in his zombie burns makeup. This is what they're eating. They're having carnation milk with lemon. I don't know what he's eating. He's eating salmon, it looks like. That's nice. Or chicken. And there's Kenny with the headless head. Get their screwdriver out of my head. And there's the animatronics behind it. Look at those eyeballs. Kind of amazing to think you strip that down. That's the most valuable stuff. You can design stuff on it, and I guess if you want, you can reuse that stuff for different new things. Otherwise, you just got to keep on. How do you make something like that? Something so custom. And it's funny, today they would just laugh and go, we don't need to make that. We just do that in CG. We don't need CGI. We don't need to actually make that in real life. What are you, crazy? Wow, look at that. So so you got the two guys, right? That's the half corpse, which is played by an amputee, and here is the full corpse before the shotgun blast. Pretty grisly, if you ask me. And I always wonder that he has his fingers are I don't know if deformed is a nice word. I don't want to say be mean, but I guess that's what they are. He does have deformed fingers, and I always wondered that because when he's standing up, he does not, or at least I never notice it until he's on all fours. Having amputees play zombies really does sort of sell the gags because there is that human element to the movement, but at the same time, it doesn't look right because you're like, whoa, but that person's missing a part of their body. So it really does kind of work. And I can't my daughter's awake. Is my daughter awake? I think she just woke up. Oh yeah, she's awake. I'm gonna have to go, guys. I have to end this. I'm just gonna end on this photo, which for so many reasons is so disturbing to me. There's Brian Peck. If you know who Brian Peck is or what Brian Peck has done, dressed up as Michael Jackson zombie. I'm just going to leave that there like that for that reason. I'm not going to say nothing else to say about that. They say a photo is worth 1,000 words. And I think this is a great example of a photo being worth 1,000 words. Originally, the Michael Jackson zombie was not included because Thriller was really hot. This was Brian Peck's idea too. Brian Peck came up with that idea, and Ken kind of rolled his eyes at it. And then finally, he let him jump in and do it at the last possible second he got to do it at the very end. And that's how goofy the movie had gotten. It had gotten so goofy that they're parodying Michael Jackson in the film, and Brian Peck was along for that ride. What can I say? There you go. And Michael Kenworthy is obsessed. He's all about it. Is that a camera? Brian Peck says, I don't think it was totally successful in balancing the horror and comedy aspects. I don't know that I would say it was too ridiculous. Perhaps it should have been even more ridiculous if emphasizing the comedy was the choice this time around. Here you go. There's the eyeball zombie. He gets his eyeball popped. The zombies look great, man. You cannot deny how great the zombies look in part 2. It's just the same that everything else is not so much. Yeah, I'm going to have to wrap this up. Yes. Thank you, Rue. Yeah, we're wrapping it up right now because I got to give my daughter some lunch. I'm going to do that. Just look at a couple more photos here. There's Forey getting his makeup done. Brian Peck says, I know there are people out there that did enjoy the film, and God bless them. I'm glad they liked it. For me, though, it just didn't really work. I'm sure at the time, though, he was all about it, thinking that he's going to, now be a part of the franchise. He really is the only connective tissue throughout the whole franchise. Him, Tom Fox, and John Penny, who would write part 3. Those are the 3 links that link all 3 of those films together. And there's Forey. Looks like a real goofball, man. Sci-fi legend. Forrest J. Ackerman gets fitted for his costume as the special zombie Harvey Kramer. Ackerman passed away in 2008. And here, once again, is Brian Peck as another principal zombie from Rare Publicity Shot. Jonathan Terry says, one memorable event was that an extra was paid an additional $20 to eat cow brains for a shot. I did not inquire about the taste. That's Jonathan Terry. I don't know who that is. Jonathan Terry played somebody. Yeah. Ken says, after this film, I decided the way to stop making horror was just to stop, which is what I did. So he never made another horror film again. And you know what? I'm glad, because Ken just sounds like he just has a really negative attitude. I don't know. That guy kind of bums me out, if I'm being honest. Uh-oh. Got a zombie on the foot. There you go. Ken says, I never had much interest in horror movies, and the fact that I made a few is more than an accident of fate than any intention on my part. I think I have zero respect for Ken Wiederhorn. That guy kind of annoys me. What an annoying thing to say. I don't know. All right, guys, we're going to stop. So we're stopping it early because of my daughter. I gotta go feed her. So join me again, maybe tomorrow, perhaps, as we continue our deep dive on this book. And, perhaps what we'll do is, man, I got some more books. Ooh, should we do Evil Dead? I could talk about that forever as well. That might be fun. All right. Enough of this. I just hate to leave. I usually like to do this for an hour, but okay, it's done. All right, I'm out. Peace and hair grease, everyone. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Peace. Wait.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick
What up? How you doing? Welcome to another episode of the Jeff Show. My name is Jeff. This is my show. Welcome to my show. If you like this content, please like this video, leave us a comment, and most of all, subscribe. If you don't mind letting the ads play, that is such a big help. Just let those ads play. If you're like washing dishes and you could walk out of the room for a minute, just let the ad play. It's doing me a big help when you do that. So yes, and thank you. Welcome to the show. We are still in the middle of looking over our complete history of Return of the Living Dead. We got through the first film, Return of the Living Dead, and now we're looking on into part 2 of Return of the Living Dead. Return of the Living Dead Part 2, talking about how lackluster it is compared to Part 1. I don't remember where we left off exactly. I'm actually trying to really rush. I don't want to rush through it per se, but I want to get through because I want to get to part 3, Return of the Living Dead Part 3 by Brian Yuzna, and maybe spend a little extra time there before we vomit out parts 4 and 5 and call it a day. Perhaps maybe I'll even quit after part. Well, I said I would go through the whole book. So if I'm going to go through the whole book, I might as well go through the whole book. Again, if you missed yesterday's episode or any of the other episodes, just a little news that's going on with me. I got some episodes of Pizza Punk coming. Check out the other show, Pizza Punk. We just had Damien from the band Sam Hain, Glenn Danzig's post-Misfits band. Check that out. That's been a very popular episode. This Friday at 10 o'clock, I was a part of something. Think of it kind of like a marathon for filmmakers. I made a short film in 72 hours. A lot more difficult than what that sounds like. I mean, yes, you can make a short film in one day, but we took it through every single aspect of the process. It was not easy to do, but it's done, and that will premiere sometime at 10 o'clock after 10 o'clock on Friday. That's Friday, December 11th, I believe, for the Sick and Wrong Film Festival. So check that out. Lastly, on Sundays, we have new episodes of the streaming Evil Live show, which is basically a Misfits nerd show where we talk about Misfits nerd stuff. That's where I usually wear my signature sunglasses. I don't have them with me. I'm in the upstairs room. I do all the recording for that down in the basement generally. But yeah, okay, I think that's it. I also want to talk about a film, not in this episode, but coming up for the Jeff Show. We're going to talk about, for me, one of the most disturbing films I've ever seen, personally. A film that is not only just one of the most disturbing films that I ever saw, but that I intend to show both of my children when they are at the right appropriate age to see it. I'm going to show it to their mother, my wife, first, see what she thinks, and then show it to them. And this is how I want to have a very important talk with my children about the internet. I think that the movie will do that justice. I don't know. People might think I'm a monster for wanting to do that. I can't think of any better way than to show my children the dangers of the internet. But that is all for another day. In the meantime, we're here now. We're going to get on our extra cam via the cell phone. We're going to get on the, oh man, hold on. We got to enter the studio again. Doing that right now. Here we go. Come on, book cam. Yo! What? Yo! How do we mute that? There we go. Okay, we're on the book cam, and we're talking about Return of the Living Dead. Oh, why does that always happen? Talking about Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And you remember we were talking about this scene. We were talking about this photo yesterday. Photo is worth 1,000 words, if you ask me. A crazy photo, nonetheless. And then this one too. There's Brian Peck. That's Brian Peck as the Thriller parody zombie with Michael Kenworthy, who played young Jesse. He's also in the Blob remake. Here's some more zombies. Again, zombies look great in Part 2. That's not the problem. Zombies are not the issue in Part 2, as you may or may not know. Oh, maybe we got past this part. Ooh, because there's Forey Ackerman getting dressed up. It's amazing to think how he's on set for 1 second, but for hours and hours and hours he spent on the set. You could probably make a documentary about him being on that set. I don't know if people would find it very interesting, but we did Pat. Wow. Okay, never mind. Here we go. I think this is where we were at. So there, look, you could spot Brian. It's very easy to spot Brian Peck, which zombie he was playing at the time. So here's what a bunch of the zombies look like. Look at that. That's a World War I zombie right there. Yeah, the zombies look really scary. They are really into eating. Look at that. Doing the thriller thing. Let's see what it says here. Kenny Myers and his team with some of their zombies. The crew watches. Brian Peck does the thriller dance. I'm sure Brian Peck might have irked or annoyed some people with his thriller dancing. I don't know who it was on the Return of the Living Dead commentary. One of the commentaries, I don't know which one it was, but somebody was kept doing this thing, like trying to pretend that they were a zombie. I don't know if anybody has the Scream Factory edition, and it was so annoying. It was like this ongoing gag that would never stop. What's going on, Rue? We're back again for part 4. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a good work day or whatever it is that you do at this time during the day. So welcome back to the show. And yeah, look at the detail there. That's a great looking zombie. The key to making a good zombie, I think, is you gotta make the eyes look like they're sunken into the skull. And in order to do that, you build up the cheekbones and the eyebrow ridge. So what you do is you build up this area, and then that makes everything look more sunk in. Like this close up, you can kind of see how everything is built on top. But when you put a little perspective and depth into it, it's going to have a better effect. And that's the zombie with the worms in her face, I think. Next page, Forey Ackerman in the makeup chair with Kenny Myers. Okay, we'll see that in a minute. She's got like roots. She's got like some roots growing out of her chin. It's pretty cool. And there he is. There's Kenny Myers making up Forey Ackerman. They got a lot of pictures. Kenny says, I don't think Ken, talking about the director, was comfortable with the shape of the material. I mean, it's one thing to do a horror film. It's one thing to do a comedy film. It's an entirely other beast to try and do a horror comedy. And it's an entirely other beast when you're doing a straight horror film that is intended for laughs. So it becomes a comedy as a byproduct, or I should say, you take the material so seriously that it's funny. So you are intending it for it to be comedy, but you approach the comedy from a very serious angle. And that's why Return of the Living Dead and Reanimator, both the comedy is so on another level from anything else because of that. And there's Joey, played by Tom Matthews, and his girlfriend. She does a commentary on the new Scream Factory edition. I forget her name. Her name is Brenda Little. Don't worry, baby. Joey gets some TLC from girlfriend Brenda. Little does she, her name's not Brenda Little. Little does she realize that he is about to join the Living Dead. So in the middle, there's Kenny Myers talking with the half zombie, played by a real life amputee who maybe they couldn't get his name, because Jerome Daniels, I did not know his name. I'll never forget it now. Jerome Daniels was the amputee in the first film. I mean, this film is literally just trying to run the train track, run on the same train track that the first film runs on. And there is Ed, played by James Karen, as a zombie resident. That scene was pretty good. That was a pretty good scene. That was pretty scary. The above ground mausoleum. You didn't really get any mausoleums in the first film, and so they kind of explored new territory with that, and I appreciated that. And there's Thor looking pretty scary as the villain. His name's Billy Crowley. I didn't know what his last name was. It's Billy Crowley. That's pretty good. And gets that screwdriver right in his dome. And again, there is a third picture with a young boy looking up to a Michael Jackson dressed Brian Peck. If you know why this photo is kind of like cringe in hindsight, I guess. Oh, be still my heart. I was not ready for this image on the next page. That's how quick Return of the Living Dead Part 2 goes. The rest of this is Return of the Living Dead 3, 4, and 5. But before we get there, let's look at some of the merch. So I love this poster art. This really plays up how goofy the film really is. I think this German poster really, really says it all. Truly. There's your classic image. That's from That's from the US, and then here's from Japan, which kind of doesn't really make any sense. And these are, man. So that's art that was used in the poster art. These are the actual illustrations, and they look great. She's the one that kills Billy's father, I think. Look at that, man. Just unreal. And here's another Japanese variation. This one doesn't really make any sense. Battalion. I don't know, why do they call this film Battalion? It doesn't really make any sense to me. Battalion 2. And it is the female half corpse, man. Like, it's just so weird. It says another Japanese poster featuring an unknown female character and the half corpse from Return of the Living Dead. I guess. Hey, all right, here we go. There she is. Now, this is a poster that I need in my room. It's a poster that I wish I had growing up in my room. It's one of the greatest promotional posters ever taken. There she is, Melinda Clark. Be still, my beating heart. Another one of my forever loves after Nev Campbell. Nev Campbell is my number one forever love. Melinda Clark in this role, one of just a role that she looks back fondly on to some extent. And, I heard her commentary for Return of the Living Dead 3, which I have for the Vestron release. And I look at that. Look at the full moon behind her with the red, with the trees. It's just the greatest promotional picture ever. They must have taken this on the day that they did that makeup. But yes, I love this poster to death. I'll never forget the first time I saw this image. I was in, all right, ready for this? Small personal story. I was in the movie. I was in a video store in a King Soopers, whatever that, in Denver, Colorado. I was staying at my grandparents' house. We were renting videos. This had to be 1996 or 1997. And I remember that's how I discovered that they made a part 3 to Return of the Living Dead. And I remember my jaw hanging open. I can still remember it. I can remember seeing this image as clear as day and going, oh my God, there's a third movie for Return of the Living Dead. And I thought, I guess it did have a theatrical release, but it was a very small one. I always thought it was a direct-to-video sequel. And that golden age of Vestron video in the early 90s was just something about that. You had Cyborg 2. You had, what was that movie? Free Fall with Eric Roberts. Leprechaun 2. Stuff like that. Brain Smasher, A Love Story. All these trailers played before the VHS, and they're ingrained in my brain. When I think about Return of the Living Dead Part 3, and I pop in the unrated version, because the thing about this film, and the thing that is key to remember about Return of the Living Dead Part 3, is you need to watch the unrated version. The rated R version, which only came out on DVD, it was never released unrated on DVD in America. You could only get that region 2. It was unrated on VHS, which I had to special order from Amazon at the time. I ordered it in 2001, 2002. That's how much. And at that time, I was not special ordering VHS tapes in 2002. Again, this is right as the VHS age is declining, but so badly did I have to own the unrated version of Return of the Living Dead Part 3 that I found myself braving the Amazon waters for one of the first times. Remember, this is at the dawn of the internet, where you could order media and have it sent to your house. I guess you could do that in the 90s, but it was not very common. Media, VHS, DVD, whatever, media came to you by way of comic book store, Borders Books, Barnes & Noble, FYE, Sam Goody, video stores. You didn't get your media from the internet. You did not. This is pre-YouTube. This is how you got this stuff. I still have this tape. It's in the basement. I also have the very first. So the other thing I want to say about this, and I guess this is my personal history with Return of the Living Dead. I just told you about how I first discovered it. It would be many years later before I finally saw this film. So I probably saw that in 1997. I want to say it was 97, right? the VHS box. Downtown White Plains, Music Plus Movies, RIP. That horror section was one of my horror sections growing up. That's where I grew up, discovering all sorts of wonderful films. So many Fridays and Saturdays spent in that horror section, just looking at all the VHS box art. Memories that I will cherish for the rest of my life to the day I die, truly. That's how much that means to me, especially looking back on it now, like all these years later, just like waxing poetic about that wonderful time of discovery in my adolescent years. And I came upon a copy of Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Back in the day, you'd get a VHS box. The VHS would be cut to crap. They put it in the plastic case, and you'd insert the thing, and that's how you would rent the thing, and that's how the cardboard box would survive inside the plastic case, right? And there are a variety of them. They're the ones that you squeeze at the bottom, and the cassette would fall out. There were ones where they just opened up. Those were the main ones. Those are the ones they had at Music Plus Movies in downtown White Plains. And so finally, at the tender age of 15 years old, in 2001, I finally got a chance to sit down and watch Return of the Living Dead Part 3. I had seen Part 1 millions of times. I talked about my history with Part 1 in another episode. I had seen Part 2. And mind you, I was younger when I saw Part 2, and I remember finally being brave enough to rent it on VHS. And I remember having the remote control and doing, yes, as Rue says, it's the age of be kind, rewind, for sure, man. That you have the pause button, right? You could sort of do freeze frame. And I remember having to freeze frame on the Tarman because I was thinking about the Tarman from the first Return of the Living Dead, and I was so scared to see the Tarman from the second Return of the Living Dead that I had to freeze frame as he panned up into the screen for the first time. So, and now here I am at Part 3, and I'm like ready. And it's just the Romero zombie films never had that effect on me. They never terrified me the way that the Return of the Living Dead films did. And so here I am. I rent it. I bring it home. It's the summer of 2001. I pop it in. I watch it during the day. I watch the film. Spoilers, everybody. I'm watching the film. And the film is having some sort of effect on me that I can't explain. And I'm almost embarrassed that I'm even having these feelings, whatever this effect is on me, because I'm just so blown away by what I'm seeing, and I knew that it was directed by Brian Yuzna, written by John Penny. John Penny was the assistant editor on the first Return of the Living Dead. They got together, they made this. We're going to read more about that in a minute. But I was familiar with, I think I hadn't seen Society yet, which is Brian Yuzna's first film. I hadn't seen Beyond Reanimator yet. Or no, I hadn't even seen Reanimator yet, I don't think. I think this is really my first exposure to Brian Yuzna's work. So I'm watching this film, and I'm just like, I am rooting. The entire time I am rooting for Kurt and Julie to make it out of this life. It's funny how this movie was made in 1992, and the main character's name is Kurt, and they're traveling up to Seattle to get involved with, the music scene. Kurt's going to be a drummer, and Julie's going to party all night. That's their teenage pipe dream fantasy of what they're going to do when they get up to Seattle, and everything's going to be all right. Just ignoring the very real world situation, which is not a real world situation at all, in the sense that we're talking about a person being reanimated as a zombie. I feel stupid saying that at the age of 35. It's been 20 years for me in this movie, my relationship with this film. And so I know it's been longer for others. So I'm watching the film, and I get to that ending, and I'm like, my jaw, the last 10 minutes of the film, my jaw drops open. I'm just sitting there. My brow is furrowed. My eyes are glued to the screen as I watch them crawl into an incinerator and burn to a crisp. As the ending credits roll, and then dun, 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 dun. And I am just like, what in the FUCK did I just watch? What did I just watch? I couldn't believe it. It was a gut punch. I didn't stop thinking about it for the rest of the day. I didn't stop thinking about it for the rest of the week. I was like, you can't kill the characters that way. The characters can't die. And mind you, I already know what happens in Return of the Living Dead. But for some reason, I'm like, they're in love and they're young. And they gotta overcome these odds, and they don't. And the movie just ends. It's one of the bleakest, most nihilistic endings to any film I've ever seen in my life. And again, I'm like, how is this the third film in a franchise that at the time I thought might have been direct to video? I'm like, how does this have such a deep impact on me? Why do I feel the way that I feel about this? And I don't know, but I had to see it again and again and again and again. And I ordered the cassette tape and I'd watch it. And then Music Plus Movies went out of business and they were selling all their VHS tapes. And I went in there and I rescued a couple that they had left. Including the tape that I saw this film the first time on, that tape, that very tape. It's now in my collection. It's downstairs in the basement of my house right here. I'll probably never watch it again, but that tape, I have a 20-year history with that tape. It means so much to me as for sentimental reasons. And ever since that movie has just had this effect on me. And to hear that there might have been a sequel to this story, like, blows my mind. I hate that it's called Return of the Living Dead Part 3. I want it to just be called Kurt and Julie. That's how I like to think of it. I don't think of it as Return of the Living Dead Part 3. It just doesn't. I hate that it's the third one in a series. It shouldn't. It's a standalone film. Yes, it's connected to the 2,4,5-trioxin stuff. Yes, they mentioned the Darrow Chemical Company. I would just like to think that maybe in this world, in the same way that Night of the Living Dead is a movie in Return of the Living Dead, perhaps Return of the Living Dead is a movie in Return of the Living Dead Part 3, based on a true story, which is based on a true story. You know what I'm saying? Let's get meta on top of meta with it, and that this is the real to real life. But Melinda Clarke is breathtaking in this role. When I revisited it now, I'm like, sort of just like, I just sort of roll my eyes at some of the acting. Some of the scenes are so goofy and over the top. But mind you, as a 15-year-old kid, I was bought hook, line, and sinker. And so I'll always approach it from that place. I mean, it brings such a welling of emotion when I get to that ending, especially now. I look at it I look at this as a movie. It's a movie about addiction is what it is. I wrote a whole thing actually about it. I'll have to dig it up. I'm not going to do it this episode. I'll do it next episode now that I've talked about it. I wrote a letterbox review for this film. The last time I watched it was in March when I was working on my second feature, Romeo Wash Away, which is not happening anymore, unfortunately. We shot about 20% of the movie. But I was watching the Return of the Living Dead films. I don't know why. I was just watching them while I was making props. And I wrote this whole review that really, I think, summed up how I feel about Return of the Living Dead Part 3. So I'll save that for the next episode of this. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about the significance of Return of the Living Dead 3, how the significance for Return of the Living Dead 3 is different than the significance for Return of the Living Dead Part 1 for me, and what it means for my history, and how she may not be the ultimate scream queen, which is Neve Campbell, my forever love, but she is the ultimate monster for me, probably. One of them. I mean, just a brain eating, and why didn't this become a comic book? Her like that as with her human boyfriend, God, it would have made such a great comic book. In any case, I'm going to digress now because we have to move on. Coming back to life. So there is Kurt being directed by Brian Yuzna, and you could see some mistakes. You could see him on the Blu-ray. You could see a boom shadow in that room. That room is so goofy, man. Brian Yuzna says, I like fantasy and weird fiction, and I think this genre has contributed to some of the most vulnerable images of cinema history. And you know what, Brian? not only do I agree with you, but I think you yourself are a contributor of that as well. There's Brian on set for Reanimator with Dean Halsley and Megan Halsley, played by the absolutely breathtakingly beautiful Barbara Crampton, who has not aged a day. She looks so, I mean, she looks older here than she does at 65. I can't believe that she's like in her 60s and she looks the way that she looks. She has the fountain of youth. And there's David Gale as the headless Dr. Hill, one of the best bad guys ever in genre cinema. His wife, upon seeing Reanimator and seeing the scene that he has with Barbara Crampton where the head gives head, she left him. She left him because of that scene, if you could imagine it. It's a shame that Gale did not get to be in From Beyond and play the Doctor in that as well. He should have. And here I was just talking about this Society. That's Brian Yuzna's first feature film. So great. Effects by Screaming Mad George. We talked about him in the 1979 episode of the Facebook Evil Live show. And Screaming Mad George, who fronted the Mad, he did all the effects for Society, as well as Bride of Reanimator, which that's not that. That's the Reanimator poster. Brian Yuzna says, I love Return of the Living Dead, but I don't think I could ever tell a story like Dan O'Bannon does. I love his humility in saying that. Brian Yuzna's humility in being able to admit that something like that. And there's Jay, God, what's his name? Geez Louise, what is his name? J. Trevor Edmond, that's his name. He's also in Pumpkinhead 2. He plays the character of Pumpkinhead 2, and Melinda Clarke in this. And man, it's just a new age telling of Romeo and Juliet. That's literally what this is, man. It's Romeo and Juliet from a zombie perspective. Just so well done. The angst of dying and coming back and craving brains and wanting to be okay and be with your boyfriend. Whew. I came into the business a little older than most PAs and had run a company in Texas of 125 employees. So I had some management experience, and Brian and I worked well together immediately. That's Gary. I don't know who Gary is in I guess he was maybe a production designer or something. And here is the really tall homeless bum that played the zombie, the ballistic zombie at the beginning. And one of these guys is Brian. That's Brian Peck in his third Return of the Living Dead film, the only connective tissue actor-wise to make it across all three Return of the Living Dead films. And this guy apparently was a real character, and they found him. They found him on the streets, and they put him up in a hotel. And I guess he has a couple of other acting credits. A shot of the testing room set featuring Clarence Epperson. His name's Clarence Epperson, and he played the cadaver. Look up his IMDb. And Brian Peck would return for a small cameo as a ballistics technician. And Hickox, Anthony Hickox, who directed the Waxworks films and Hellraiser 3 and a few other things. He plays Dr. Hickox in this. And look at that, man. And I mean, again, expanding on the mythology that was created. Here you have this new setup where they gotta to save potential lives. They have this bite plate. You have to wear this brace in your mouth so that you can't bite others, because the bite is infectious in Return of the Living Dead Part 3. The rules get changed again. There's never an explanation why, but they still eat brains, but their bite can infect another person, and they will bite you. And Melinda Clarke as Julie does way more than just eat brains in this film. So there's something. And then the Tarman, probably one of my least favorite, and what's this? I think Steve Johnson did the effects. He did Ghostbuster film and a couple other things. One of my least favorite parts of Return of the Living Dead 3 is the Tarman, the barrel zombie. I think it's so goofy. It's way too over the top and cartoonish. I think if anything, the problem with if I could put my finger on one problem with Return of the Living Dead Part 3, it's going to be, for sure, it's going to be the look of some of the zombies. I think some of them are just too over the top cartoonish like this. And this is supposed to be based on like an EC design, which is, EC Comics. It just doesn't work, man. It never worked for me. Gary says, Brian was a horror film guy and had gone the slapstick route with Reanimator and just wanted to go in another direction with Return of the Living Dead 3. And that's true. Despite their cartoonish appearance and despite some of the goofy, there's a couple goofy things in here. They are, without a doubt, they are, it's that the tone is just uber serious. There's no comedy in this film. It is dark. That is, okay. So here's a set photo. It's so crazy to see all the set photos for this. So, okay. So remember I was telling you there's Melinda Clarke taking a bite out of Mogo. Yeah, Mogo, which I think means booger in Spanish. Mogo, the gang member. John Penny says, and it's a shame that John Penny and Brian Yuzna have not teamed up again for more films. It was Brian who really set us free. He really wanted to ditch what he thought was a goofy sense of humor and go for a more dark direction. So Return of the Living Dead 3 is also a direct result of Return of the Living Dead Part 2 being so goofy. They went in the complete other side of the spectrum with that. And I don't know who all these people are, but this is a publicity still. Ironically, the original Return really opened my eyes to zombie movies. What Dan did seems so fresh and so different. There's such a respect and admiration for Dan O'Bannon in this way, in the way that there was not for the first sequel, Return of the Living Dead Part 2. And there they are at the end, man. There's Julie, and there's Kurt. And he finally realizes that Julie is beyond saving, as it says in the thing. And that's the tragedy, is that the person who's most in denial is Kurt, man. Kurt is the one he's so close to it. He's so deeply in love. He's so invested that he can't see the reality of the situation. I mean, look at her. Look at his girlfriend. She's got shards of glass coming out of her. She's rotting. She eats brains. And yet still he stands by her. And this is the moment where his dad is like, get out of the way, because they have these special things. They have these darts. That was another thing that was introduced. The idea that you could possibly freeze the zombies or put them in suspended animation, much like the barrels. It's like a step up from the barrel containment process that would allow you to create bio soldiers, which is an idea that they begin to explore a little bit in Part 4, even though Part 4 is just so atrociously, I mean, a crime against the entire franchise. But yeah, this is a really, really crazy scene. This is one of Wayne Tooth's trioxin barrel zombies. He would intentionally steer away from the Return of the Living Dead Tarman look to create something different for the second sequel. Yeah, and in my eyes, that was a mistake. They should have gone back to that continuity of the first one, and sort of elaborated on the Munns design. You have to think that these zombies are really from 1969 or 1968. They're original barrel zombies, unless they're contained zombies from Return of the Living Dead Part 2. Who knows? So yeah, there's all that. Look, oh my goodness. All right, we got to cover that up. I mean, she's essentially, what's interesting and what's not really said is that Melinda Clarke, as Julie, becomes, it's like, what if we took Trash but made her more like the girl next door? So Trash from Return of the Living Dead Part 1. Let's make her more like the girl next door, and then turn her into a zombie, but have a boyfriend and sort of be the protagonist. And that's who Melinda Clarke is. That's who Julie Walker is. And she's just breathtakingly beautiful. I find her to be gorgeous. And you can see here, they really did the design is just so great. So great. That is a prosthetic, by the way, on her, as revealed in the commentary. She's just got glass coming out of her. It was just a genius to put her together like that. There's another Julie. I can't show you from the waist down, but look, there she is. Thomas C. Raynon. It was amazing this franchise was being given any chances again, but I was happy as hell that it was. I agree, man. I fully agree. And I mean, she's stunning. She's so stunning. And she's supposed to be like kind of like this punky rock and roller kind of character, right? And I mean, you really don't think of her as a punk, but she's like a grunge kid. She's like a grungy punk kid. And it's like, how do you design her as a zombie and make her even more over the top than, say, someone who's punk to begin with? And for Trash, they stripped her down and took off all her clothes. And here they did all this. They added to it. She's got that cross. I mean, she's like 90s age gothic Frankenstein. You know what I mean? Because it is kind of like it is sort of a Frankenstein story when you think about it like that, you know, a little bit, in the sense that, you know, Kurt is bringing her back from the dead, and then he rejects her at a certain point. He's overwhelmed by what he's done and doesn't realize the very serious implications of everything that he does. And then this guy plays here. I love the caption here. It says, Melinda Clarke as the deliciously evil queen of the dead, Julie. That's so true, man. Julie is queen of the dead, man, for sure. And here she is above with Mike Moroff as a Latin gang leader named Santos. So that's Santos, the gang leader, and he gets dispatched in the coolest way. I don't know if he's actually. I don't think this guy is Spanish. So I think there was a little bit of controversy about having these Latin gang members sort of stereotyped a little bit. I'm not sure. I've kind of heard a little bit about that over the years, but I don't know. It works for me, man. I just love that gang. They're so, and it adds to like the California feel of, you know, I feel like this film really does take place in LA or something, you know, something like that. In California, with that element, all those elements working together. And I just love this film for all those reasons and more. They make a great couple. He's kind of like, I mean, he's too emo, man. I kind of wish he played it a little bit more masculine than he did. He's a little bit like, it's like he's a little, I don't know how to describe it. He's just not solid. I don't know. I felt like we needed a little bit more from this guy. You know, I guess you know what you know what it is. I feel like he was almost doing Peter Parker in a way, like Spider-Man Peter Parker, but you know, not the nerdy side. I mean, the nerdy side, but not like the brainy side, perchance. And I just felt like he could have. I don't know. There could have been a little bit more there. But she's perfect in every way, every single shape. And I fell in love with her in this role. And she never did any horror besides that. She did one other horror film called Killer Tongue, which I've never seen, actually. She did that in '96. And then after that, she just did, you know, she became like a sort of just a dramatized television actress. The leads are always the most difficult to cast because you need your leading man and leading woman to be appealing and good actors. I mean, I guess he fits that role, you know, but he lacks something in his role as the boyfriend that I can't quite put my finger on. I guess I kind of wish he was more punky and angsty, and he was too emo. That's what it was. He's too emo and not enough. I don't know. Looks good in that headshot though. I mean, that's kind of like, I guess, you know what? Maybe I'm being too rough on Jay. What's his name? Jay Trevor. I'm being a little rough on Jay Trevor, man. He really does. He works for the role. There is the beautiful Julie Walker, played by Melinda Clarke, and this is her on, you know, at the very beginning of the shoot. That's what those are the clothes that she wears on the day that she dies and becomes a brain-eating zombie. And she's just sort of dressed like this. Yeah, she's like a gothy, punky, gothic girl. I don't know. Yeah, he's a bit right, Rue. He's a bit wimpy, man. He's just like, I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like he needed more punk angst, more rebellion. He needed to rebel even more. They should have pushed the envelope with him. You know, he needed to be able. I feel like he should have been able to like beat up those gang members, or at least go toe to toe with them if he wanted. Because you know, he rides a bike and he plays the drums, and then he's kind of like, "You take your hands off me." You know, it's just sort of like, I don't know, man. It didn't work for me. That didn't work for me. That's never worked for me. But I've always sort of just let it go, or not really. I don't know. I've never let it really bother me or anything. But look at them together. J. Trevor Edmond says, I was a big fan I was a big fan of film in general, horror films and really gritty dramas. He was a fan of the first film too, so that must have been so cool to come into this, and so he looks cool there. Actors like to act and earn money if it is a good role, even if it is a horror movie. That's Jeffrey Passero. And yeah, there he is holding the pipe. And, I mean, he gets himself into this insane ordeal. He loves his girlfriend. He wants to run away with her, and he brings her back to life. He's not going to let fate, determine. He's not going to let the fate determine his fate, I guess. And so he does what many people would deem unthinkable, and causes a lot of death and destruction in the process. I have a vague recollection that the producers wanted James Karen and Don Calfa, but that didn't work out somehow. That's J. Trevor Edmond. And man, I wish that they were in it. James Karen and Don Calfa could have played any one of those roles and would have been great. And they didn't get in it, and that kind of bummed me out. And there's the liquor store owner who gets his brain shot, or his head shot off, and he's consuming. And this was one of the worst gags in the film. This really, it was so fake, and it really is goofy. This is a really goofy gag. It does not work. One of the worst gags that they have in the film. A cop is attacked by a now zombified store owner, Dana Lee, after being accidentally shot in the head and turning the living dead. This character was portrayed by both Lee and a prosthetic dummy. Yeah, we know. And he gets turned back to life. He comes back to life because he gets his brains blown out. But Julie eats his brains in the back of the van, and that causes him to reanimate. So it's like it's transferable. You get reanimated by trioxin, but then it's transferable through the saliva, which kind of annoyed me. I kind of feel like you got to stick with one or the other. It's either they're trioxin zombies or they're contagion zombies. You can't have a trioxin zombie be contagious. It just doesn't work for me. That never worked for me. And her name is Sarah Douglas. And she was definitely one of the villains, and she plays Lieutenant Colonel Sinclair. She also is the female Kryptonian in Superman 2. You may recall. She just has like that short haircut, that pixie cut. She plays one of the evil female Kryptonians. And she gets it really good in this film. She deserves it. The way she treats the dead after they die, she treats them like inanimate objects to be used to create super soldiers, bioweapons. And it's just, I love the way that they use the terminology meat batteries. We take these giant exoskeletons and hook them up to meat batteries. Sometimes improvisations from the actors will give me ideas for the staging of the scenes, and sometimes the actors themselves will take the character in an unexpected direction. I love this philosophy as someone who has directed himself in a much limited capacity compared to someone like Brian Yuzna, who's a legend. But I mean, that's some advice to take from a legend like Brian Yuzna if you're trying to tell stories and make films and whatnot. Here's some sketches, man. Look at her there, man. So great. And she's got those long nails. These concepts were Julie Walker as a zombie by storyboard artist William Mignot. I can't pronounce that name. And you could see how there were various different looks that all sort of worked their way into the Julie. And notice how they leave her face. Her face is left unscarred because you still want to be in love with Julie. You still want to have these feelings that you have for this character, even though she's going to rip you open and eat your brains. And so her face is left completely unfettered. She does not have anything going through her, or she doesn't have eyeballs missing. She's not missing a nose and sharp and raggedy teeth. I mean, look at that zombie. That zombie is meant to scare you. With Julie is meant to. You still need to see the human. That's what it is. You still need to see the humanity in Julie, and you can't see the humanity in Julie if her face has been disfigured like this. You just look at that and you think of that as a zombie and nothing more. But with Julie, there's still humanity to her, in the fact that she both her brain, because what happens to her eventually is that she starts to shut down. Her brain, her consciousness shuts down, and she slowly can't control her impulses to consume brains and contain the murderous rage inside of her that comes with being dead. But a lot of like the science doesn't work. There's some science stuff with there's like some stuff where it's like the whole thing about the pain. They sort of reverse the thing about the pain. She uses pain to keep the hunger away. And in the original film, which I think works way better in the original film, it's the pain that causes them to eat brains in the first place. So they're doing it from a place of pain. Julie uses pain to distract her from the hunger. The hunger is just always there. And it really, I mean, you could say, and you could go endless about there's a lot of BDSM and masochism, sort of stuff going on here, with piercing and bondage and yada, yada, yada. I mean, look, here's they storyboarded the whole thing. The way she literally makes a choker around her neck and sticks the knives through, and the effects were done so masterfully by Steven Johnson. He really captured these storyboards so well. This last storyboard right here, this final frame, we don't see that, but these ones we do are definitely used. And here's a look where she has more glass in her face, but still, even this, I think this was, obviously this was an extreme look of say maybe that or that, because the glass is really going into her cheeks. But even still, you can still see the humanity in her eyes, in her nose, in her mouth. Once you lose that, she becomes way too much zombie. And I feel like the audience is not going to sort of connect with her in the way that they connect with her when she looks like this. Like, look at the look on her face here. Like, you can feel her pathos for being dead. I think this might be my favorite concept art, in the fact that maybe you want to hold her hand, but you can't, because look at her hands. She'll slice you up if she touches you, This one, not as much. This one's not as interesting to me. And I definitely do not like that one at all. But this one there's something about that one that's really, truly great. And look, she's got like railroad spikes. That's the rock. They cover up her breasts in this one. She's got scissors sticking out of her arms. And you work your way down. She's all slashed up. She's wearing high heels here. And then this one is like a superhero kind of look. I mean, look at her. She's wearing like some sort of weird, like thong or something. She's got like a saw. I mean, she's not really wearing clothes. This one's just feels very stylized. If this was for a comic book, it would be 90s X-Men, at the dawn of the popularity of the 90s X-Men. And this one just, I don't know. Like I said, the glass in her face is just too over the top, man. But you could really see all the piercings in her ears. That's an extension, but all the way through, and it must have been written in the script. I'd love to read the script if I can get a hold of it. All the way through, you have a rock that's tied to her hand, which is used for caving in skulls, smashing skulls. The storyboards for Julie's self-mutilation, an act she commits to make the hunger of being dead go away. I guess that works as a motivating thing to get her to transform, but I feel like you could have gone about it. There were other ways to sort of maybe go about it. But it basically inverts that about the mythology. So the mythology is very confusing. Here's some more. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at the Riverman. Oh, is that great? So horrifying. Horrifying to me. Lieutenant Colonel Sinclair's alternative use for the living dead. She wants bioweapons in an armored skeleton to be dropped into a war zone and let loose on the enemy. The medieval look of the skeleton was designed by Timothy Ralston for the character of the Riverman, who's played by Basil Wallace, and he's great as the Riverman, but he also he can go over the top. I love when he's talking to Kurt and he goes, "Sure, why not?" He's just like so almost sarcastic. These drawings are great though, and I mean, he literally has nothing in his head because Julie opened him up and ate all the brains inside. And so I don't know how he would have a mind to remember Kurt. That's what kind of like bugs me about some of this stuff. Again, there were just like little things that little things that the movie does that just don't work as plot holes. I guess, I don't know. I should say they are plot holes. And then here's the actual storyboard where, here's the storyboard of the zombified Riverman escaping his restraints and then being gunned down by Lieutenant Sinclair. And, the way that they accomplish this is they try to lock up the exoskeleton. There's like a lever that you pull to lock up the exoskeleton. They mess it up. So even if Kurt hadn't unlocked all the zombies, they still had problems with the Riverman sort of wreaking havoc. And then little by little, he gets blown to bits, and he's still held together by the exoskeleton. And the way that they accomplish the effect is they have like lots of dark flashing lights. Take a look at that. Next time you see something that's very effects heavy, look and see what time of day it is. A great example, when they were doing Jurassic Park with the T-Rex, which is a combination of live action animatronic stuff and CGI. You'll notice some of the earliest uses of CGI to really bring a monster to life in 1992 and 1993. And what you'll notice is that all happens during a rainy thunderstorm. It's very dark, which helps hide some of the creases. Now, those shots during the day, I'll tell you something. You look at that T-Rex today, all these years later, that's 27 years ago. You look at that T-Rex today, and you are blown away by how real, how great it still looks all these years later. I can tell you, I can think of the CGI in The Mist, which came out in 2007. So that's 14 years after Jurassic Park, and doesn't look a fraction as good, despite how much computers have advanced. I recently, Peter Jackson, who's redoing a lot of his films, he's bringing his old films back, restoring them, but he also did some restoration stuff to Lord of the Rings. And one of the things that he did that I thought was really smart, he didn't George Lucas them in the way that George Lucas did the special editions, but he did sort of update some of the special effects of the CGI characters to make them feel like they were made in 2020. And that, I think, was a brilliant move. And with the advancements of technology, you can essentially do that sort of stuff right from your home. So to think that he has Weta at his fingertips, which he did not, Weta was in its infancy at that time, but now Weta is, Weta is Weta, the Weta shop, that he can do that sort of thing. But anyway, back to these. So seeing these storyboards too also makes me think, wow, I really want that Return of Living Dead. I want that Return of Living Dead Part 3 comic book. I just think it would be so great. You can just imagine the Riverman and Julie and Kurt together in their adventures. And here's the shot. So she runs through the bars, turns around. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, so this is Kurt trying to wake Julie after her suicide attempt at the LA River. Interesting. Huh. That doesn't look like that. That's her. Huh. So, look at that. She's like mutilating herself. That's under the bridge. That's definitely under the bridge, right? Yes. Frighteners, real quick, just to go back to Peter Jackson for a second, Rue brings up the Frighteners. The Frighteners are the reason why Weta is what it is, why Peter Jackson is at the forefront of they built that whole company got its start because they needed technology and the effects that weren't really invented yet in order to make the Frighteners work. And the Frighteners is a masterpiece. It's a wonderful film by Peter Jackson, which, by the way, I think is also getting a re-release. I'm telling you, everything's coming out now. The most anticipated being the Splatter trilogy for Peter Jackson. And this is when she comes out of the Riverman's house holding Santos's skull and his spine. And there's look at Kurt all shocked. I guess that really does capture that. It was good casting. You know why? Because look at these storyboards. That's who they wanted for Kurt, and they got that in Jay Trevor. for sure they got that in J. Trevor. That really looks like him, unless they had already casted him before they did these storyboards. I don't know. It's possible. And they're trying to escape. They're trying to escape. Yeah. So this was okay. So this is at the beginning with the ballistic technician. That's for Dr. Hickok's attacking one of the other ballistic technicians. Yeah, that's the right. Sorry, they're all right here. Sorry, this is what I'm looking at. So this is them filming, and it's so crazy to see. Look at that boom pole. This is them filming her attempted suicide attempt. So it's like, how does it work when you're already dead? How do you kill yourself? You can't. She tries, and she fails miserably. And Brian had a following of his own, and he wanted to make his movie. That's the caption up there. She could not succeed. That's why they needed to burn themselves at the end. It was the only way that they were going to be able to make it work. And look, he's standing on an apple box right there as they're doing the scene. And it just, man, this movie is just the best. It's great. And it flies by so quickly. So much happens. They jam pack so much stuff in such a short period of time. I mean, it literally has it all. It really, really does. There's Brian in the military complex. You could see and these flats, as they're called. That's what they are. They're flats, which are just scenery that they just rearranged however they needed. They probably built a set, and they used the same flats over and over and over again, relighting them for various different sections of the military complex. So Gary Schmoller was the producer. I did not realize that, and he had a role as base captain. I don't remember his. Now I got to go watch it again and see his face. And here, right here. Oh, you know what? Let's put a pin in it, because we're gonna. Man, I want to savor this. All right. We still, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to put a pin in it there. We'll talk for a few more minutes, round out the hour, but we're going to put a pin in it there. So yeah, so this movie really does mean so much to me. I really, really love it. As a matter of fact, here's the mask I was making when I was rewatching. That's the mask, as you can see right there. I was making that mask when I was rewatching the films. Oh, so interesting, Jeff. We don't really care. I know, but you know what? As I've said in the past, this is the Jeff Show. And that's it. So listen, if you enjoy this content, please please subscribe, please leave a comment. These things really help me. If you're watching one of my videos and an ad pops up, click on the ad or let the ad play through or something along these lines. If you have the time. If you don't have the time, skip over it. But if you do have the time, you are really helping me when you let that stuff play out. There's many different ways to support the creation of this content. I'm a content making machine this year. It's the one great thing about 2020, which has allowed me to just go out and create. It does help not to be unemployed. Because if I was employed, I would not be able to do all this, at least not to the extent that I'm doing it. Got tons of videos coming. What else can I tell you? We're going to be going over this book in Pizza Punk. This is Monty Melnick's book. And I'm going to have Monty, who is the Ramones tour manager. He's going to be on the Pizza Punk show. So please stay subscribed. This is the updated edition. Please stay subscribed. Keep your eyes peeled for that episode. Like I said, check out my short film called Beyond the Green Hole, part of the Sick and Wrong Film Festival, 72-hour debacle. We shot a short film in 3 days over the weekend. Check that out Friday at 10 p.m. If you go to sickandwrong.com, you can find out more information about where you can watch that, all free for everybody. So if you want to attend a Sick and Wrong Film Festival for free, you can do so by checking them out on the internet. And I don't know what else to really say. Is there something that you want to talk about in the future episode? Let me know. Something to cover. The Jeff Show kind of is a blanket for all things pop culture. I think I'm going to phase out Jeff Reed's Wikipedia. It's just not, it's not ideal. I mean, maybe the occasional episode, but I find that you need the writing to be a certain length. It has to be kind of short. And if it's not short, then it takes forever to read. And, I don't know, it's more interesting to read than maybe, it's more interesting to read than maybe it is to talk about, I would say. I don't know. So yeah, there's that. And what else can I say? Talk about spook. All right, Pete, you want to know something? Hi, Pete. How are you, by the way? I have a confession. I've never seen Spookies. I know it just got released by Severin. It got released by Severin or Vinegar Syndrome. I still have not seen it, man. It's just one of those films that eluded me all for many, many years. One of these days, I'm gonna check it out. I've heard incredible things about it. Look at that. Look at the picture within the picture within the picture. Isn't that fun? Hey, thanks for watching, Rue. Truly. Yes, Pizza Punk with Monte. I've heard it's great. I really have. I can't wait to watch it. I will let you know, and I will report back when I watch it. And tune in tomorrow or whenever the next time, probably tomorrow, when I do the next episode of the Jeff Show. I'm gonna find my review for Return of the Living Dead Part 3 before we continue on with covering the complete history of Return of the Living Dead. In any case, I hope you guys have a wonderful week. Peace and hair grease, yada, 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 1, 2, 3, XYZ. I have to read the story about how they made it. I will, Peter. I most certainly will. As you know me, I'm meticulous and well-read on these sort of things. So that's it. That's the end of the show. Wait. Hey, guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you! 66 cents. Hello, and welcome to another episode of The Jeff Show. I'm Jeff. This is my show where I talk about things that I like to talk about. Do a lot of different shows on this channel. That is the Frumess brand that I'm trying to build and expand. You have, oh, is that why it didn't said, oh no, it's not going to let me. I used 101% of my storage on Mega. I just recorded an unboxing video, and I guess I need to delete some files. So that stinks. I don't know if I could say that. In any case, so yesterday we talked about this really extreme horror film called Megan is Missing. And now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. We've been working our way through this book right here, called The Complete History of the Return of the Living Dead. And We're right now in the middle of Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Let's get the book cam in here. I don't have a lot of time because I can hear my little daughter stirring, and when she stirs, I can no longer broadcast. Okay, there we go. We're here. We're in. So we already looked at those pages. What we did not look at, however, is here. I'm going to actually read this little paragraph here because this is interesting. This is what Brian Yuzna has to say about the military industrial complex set that they use. This is where they this top part right here. This is the facility, and as you can see, and I remember when I first watched this film, I was like, oh wow, they have a lockdown, airtight facility that allows them to use trioxin in a more safe environment without opening, allowing the trioxin to escape into the atmosphere. That's a pretty smart way to go about things. This is what Brian Yuzna, the writer-director, says. In order to create, no, not writer, just director. In order to create a research facility within our very limited art department budget, Tony designed modular walls. So they used modular walls. We talked about this last week a little bit, actually, that could be reconfigured and repainted to represent different parts of the facility. You would be surprised how few of these walls we actually had. I'm not surprised at all. There was enough for one hallway with a turn at either end and one room. I imagine that these modular walls had been designed by the military to helicopter in overseas battlefields and were made out of metal, very secure and strong. Here they are used in an underground facility to keep this dangerous experiment from getting out. What's going on, Rue? Welcome. We're talking once again about Return of the Living Dead 3. Rue saw Megan is Missing last night, and he was brutalized by his experience. But that's another topic for another day. I told you that barrel scene, right? Holy crap! Holy hell! Spoilers. So there you go. So these were all miniatures, and you could tell what's a miniature shot and what's not, but they work seamlessly. It's really, really great. I miss this stuff, man. This is like the best part of movie making. This is what I mean when I say being a filmmaker is like being a magician. You get to trick people. You trick people with what they see. And then here is the Riverman's apartment, and this is in a subterranean sewer-like tunnel. He lives in the sewers of the LA River, hoarding all manner of interesting things, probably things that get thrown into the river and then wash up here. If this was a 2.5-hour sprawling epic and they were packing it full to the gills with character and story, I'd imagine that we'd have more. We'd learn more about the Riverman's home away from home. And then this is outside of his house. This is his front lawn, in a matter of speaking, which was another set that was built. Outside the Riverman's lair, it is here where Julie is first revealed in all of her zombie S&M gore, is what the description says. And again, just reviewing these stills makes me want to watch the film. I just get a hankering for it. Again, it's a film that I don't watch it all the time, but because it kind of gives, man, it's a heavy film for me to watch emotionally. It's because it's so bleak, it's so nihilistic. Like I need to put something on really positive after I watch this because it just makes me like hate the world. But at the same time, it's like a drug, man. Movies can be like drugs. You take them to feel a certain way, in the same way that music is like a drug. I put on a song to elicit a feeling or to take me back to a certain time in my life. And Return of the Living Dead Part 3 is very much like that for me, as is Return of the Living Dead Part 1, but really Part 3. So I really have to be in the right kind of headspace to want to watch this film, and just going through the pictures makes me want to revel in the awe of its production and how great it really is. Here is the barrel, the Tarman zombie. After it, so what happens to this Tarman zombie? And again, as I said last time, I really do not like this Tarman zombie. He's my least favorite of the three in this original trilogy of films. And his face has fused to the side of his body, and after Kurt pushes him down, because he comes out of the barrel, he's in the barrel with the trioxin gas that's used to revive Julie. And after he gets revived, after Julie gets revived, this Tarman zombie comes back to life because Kurt doesn't realize that there's a zombie in there and that it's going to come out. We kind of know. And I feel like there was a lot of missed opportunity. They could have done so much more. I guess when you think about it, it's sort of like the same. They're trying to do a variation of the Tarman's face melting off in the opening credits of Return of the Living Dead. That's how awesome Return of the Living Dead is. The opening credits, a zombie's face melts off in the opening credits of Return of the Living Dead. Like, think about that. Think about like what film opens their film with a zombie's face melting off like that. Dawn of the Dead doesn't open like that. I guess Night of the Living Dead kind of opens with something exciting. Day of the Dead doesn't open with anything like that. Literally, what is it? In like the first 10 minutes, a zombie's face melts off. It's kind of insane. Brian Yuzna says, in the kind of movies I like, FX are almost an essential and are an important imaginative element in the style and content of the movie. I would say that is so true to not only his taste, but I mean, that's reflected in the type of work that Brian Yuzna does, if you're familiar with his films. And he knocks it out of the park, man. So here you can see, this is a close-up of the opening ballistic zombie, which is played by a homeless man named Clarence. And there's the target that's been painted on his head. And look, his eyes are all cloudy. You don't see that in the previous two films. They do a terrific job of making Frank and Freddy look really dead towards the end. But they, I don't know, they didn't do anything with the eyes, and they could have made the eyes milkier. Oh, sorry. I'm right outside a window of my house. I get to see all the happenings and doings in front of my house. And here he's biting Dr. Hickox's fingers off. For some reason, Dr. Hickox thinks it's a smart idea to put his hand in the mouth of a recently frozen, reanimated zombie. Christopher Laundry says there was a total of 5 makeup supervisors doing prosthetics, plus the regular makeup department, because there are so many gags in this film that there's a bunch of different departments. I remember this from the commentary. They were giving out portions of the movie, which they do. I mean, this happens all the time. They had hired a bunch of different houses to handle the effects. And, it's kind of funny. You would think that because Screaming Mad George did the effects. He didn't do the effects for this. You would think that Screaming Mad George did the effects for Society and Bride of Reanimator. You think he would have done some of the effects for Return of the Living Dead 3. And in that way, if I'm going to get some surreal, gory, crazy effects, I want them to come from Screaming Mad George. Here's Clarence Epperson in the behind-the-scenes footage of Return of the Living Dead 3. Epperson was so thin and gaunt that he required very little makeup for his role as the test cadaver. And I mean, he is just so effective in this role. Unbelievable. Just the way that they hook him up. It just works, man. One of the most effective zombies in the film, in my opinion, way more so than the Tarman barrel zombie. But I guess at the end of the day, the real star, I mean, another way that this film sort of turned everything on its head. Yes, Frank and Freddy become zombies, but they're not zombies to start. I feel like Julie Walker is the Tarman of this thing. She is the featured zombie in the same way that she's as much trash being zombified. We spoke about that last week, that she's like trash. It's Trash's story if Trash had a backstory and she was more of a girl next door type. And if she, we sort of saw things from her point of view getting reanimated. But Julie Walker is also very much like the Tarman too of the situation, even though you have a Tarman here. So here you can see he's been fused, and he's not slimy enough. It doesn't work, man. He's just so goofy. Those eyeballs are so goofy. And it's funny because the Tarman has pretty goofy eyeballs, but they just work for the Tarman. They don't work for this guy. There's his skull. So at a certain point, the performer goes from having his head there to them just having like a fake head. There's the sculpt for the body. Various stages in the construction of Wayne Tuth's, they call him a barrel zombie. They don't even call it the Tarman. He wanted to steer away from the Tarman look of Return of the Living Dead and Return of the Living Dead 2, but still went for the EC Comics look of Dan O'Bannon's original film. I guess that's kind of true. it just doesn't work in the same way, if I'm being honest. So here's Clarence Epperson with electrician Jason Santelli and the brother of the gaffer, Adam Santelli. So these guys had a good time with Clarence, who was a homeless guy until he, got picked up outside of an airport and became a movie star. Clarence Epperson was someone that Tom Renone had brought to the production. Raynon. But I don't know how he found him. Clarence was kind of an odd guy, but very easygoing and very pleasant to work with. How about that? And look at his teeth, man. I mean, he's just perfect for this role, right? I mean, really, truly. I mean, if you're going to cast zombies, they shouldn't be uniform. They have to be different sizes and different shapes from all walks of life. And Clarence really fit the bill here. And here's some behind the scenes footage. You can see some of the behind the scenes footage in the extra features. The best part about the More Brains documentary, that is also, I believe, Gary Smart had something to do with that as well. The best part is they have 2 featurettes about the making of Return of the Living Dead Part 2 and Part 3. They're both a half-hour long. I believe the Part 3 one is actually on the Vestron disc, and it's the closest thing we're ever going to get to a documentary about Return of the Living Dead Part 3. In a market, in a world where you have documentaries about like Jason Goes to Hell, like who wants a documentary about Jason Goes to Hell? You would think that there would be a documentary about Return of the Living Dead Part 3. So here they are. They're shooting the thing. These are behind the scene. This is behind the scenes footage of the dummy used for Clarence Epperson's freeze gun head. So that's actually, and you can see, I didn't notice that before. You can see his shoulder it's cut off before the shoulder. So that's actually a dummy. And that's what they used to shot the bullet into the brain right there. And these are also scenes of Brian Yuzna's directing the test room set. Right. Yeah. So that's what it looked like when they were shooting. So cool to see behind the scenes. It kind of blows my mind. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that. And it's just so cool. Look at this. It's just like, once again, you got that oral history testimony of how they did it, and it's chopped up. It's basically, this is like a documentary in audio form, if you think about it. If you think about each one of these as a talking head, that's what you're getting. So it's like the book version of More Brains, except it's way more detailed with way more information from way more people. So this is the props assistant, Jason Nunes, and friends posing with Santos, the zombie prop. So Santos is the leader of the Latin gang, and he gets his head ripped out through his back. His spine comes out. I guess when Glenn Danzig was rewriting Feline Nursery to become, when Glenn Danzig was rewriting Feline Nursery to become the song Spinal Remains, he was talking about that guy right there, if you ask me. So Rue says this is the best looking zombie in the film. You might be right in the sense that when his head gets back up, because he's kind of like this weird sort of Muppet situation where he's got like this snaking sort of spinal remaining head that he's like an ostrich. It's almost like he becomes like this ostrich or something. It's really sort of crazy. And it just works. That head is something else, man. And that's so gory. And here is and J. Edgar Trevor. Here's a shot of J. Trevor Edmond saying, "We made it on time and we made it on budget." That's pretty cool. And I was really criticizing him and his casting, but just like looking at him here, like looking at this picture of him here, he was perfect for the role. He captures the teen angst. I guess you know what it is. He just goes over the top with some of the sensitivity stuff in certain scenes, but he was good for this movie, man. I'd love to pick his brain sometime on camera. I really would. He really he crushes it, man. He does. And here is Sarah. What's her name? Sarah Douglas. Right. Here's Sarah Douglas getting attacked by a barrel zombie, as they call them, at the very end. And that is super easy right there. Right. You just have her they see at the end, they call it the grisly end at the hands of a trioxin barrel zombie. And this was made by Trimark Pictures. We talked about Trimark Pictures and how great it was. We saw the thing there. Okay, let's cover it up. Stupid censors. Here, let's just do a quick. Woo! Okay, you saw it. It's awesome, man. The best zombie there ever was. You know what? I disagree. I disagree with you, Rue. The best looking zombie in the movie is this right here. But yeah, I know what you mean, but she's the best. She's the best. Come on, you know. To complete Steve Johnson's Julie zombie makeup, over 100 individual prosthetics would be applied to Clark before filming. And I believe the first time they did this, it took hours and hours and hours. And then the second time they did it, it got they figured out ways to do it faster and faster. And that's typically what happens on, you know, movies where there's a lot of heavy makeup effects. The first time they do the makeup, it takes forever. But once they figure out the workflow, they figure out how to make it more mechanical, how to work it better. The makeups can go faster and faster. Rue agrees with me here. He says, yeah, right. She is a hot zombie. She is, man. She's the cat's meow. And that's her in her full, oh my God, just like 90s gothic hotness, man, with like the full zombie, like S&M thing. It really is. It's such a fusion of Romeo and Juliet and zombies with BDSM and body horror. It has everything. Brian Yuzna really is a master of body horror. He truly is. So yeah, 100 prosthetics had to be applied every time they shot. So here's the barrel zombie. Ugh. And it just doesn't work. Brian Yuzna says, although I was aware of Day of the Dead's Bub character, it was the bride in Bride of Reanimator that was my personal inspiration for Julie in Return of the Living Dead Part 3. That makes sense, man, because Bub is really, first of all, the bride in Bride of Reanimator, she is a ginormous step up from what Bub is. And Julie is not too far off, especially at the end of Bride of Reanimator. You know, it's kind of grisly what happens to the bride. She comes to life. Herbert West looks at her, and this is where, like, you know, I once argued with Graham, not argued, but debated with Graham Skipper, who plays Herbert West on the stage. And we were talking about what makes Herbert West tick. And he said he thought that Herbert West came from a more benevolent place. Me personally, I think Herbert West, he may want to, you know, do this for all of mankind and, like, you know, get the credit and the acclaim and save people from death and yada yada yada. But deep down inside, I think the core of and I would love to ask Jeffrey Combs this, and I wish I had a chance to talk to him and about it. I did get to meet him recently, and I didn't think to ask him. I was stunned when I met him. I froze up. I couldn't talk. I literally couldn't say anything. It was that I was that starstruck. I don't get starstruck very often, but I was starstruck by meeting Jeffrey Combs. It was a big deal to me. It's amazing how a B character movie actor like Jeffrey Combs could make me seize up, but I could, like, I don't know. It's just interesting how that works with stardom and fame. But what was I talking about? Oh, about Herbert West, the core of Herbert West's character in Reanimator. And trust me, I'm going to get back to this. It'll all circle around. Herbert West, his fascination comes from, like, it's like a schoolboy. I want to pull the wings off of a fly or put an ant under a microscope and watch the rays of the sun burn it to death sort of fascination. It's a cruel obsession to do this dark experiment over and over again, like a boy who discovers his junk and starts to self-pleasure in his room over and over again, like this bizarre, I don't want to say the word out loud, the master debating sort of situation where Herbert West is not, it's, you know what it is? It's a fetish. Herbert West bringing things back to life from the dead, or bringing things back from the dead, it's a fetish. He just likes to do the experiment. He cares nothing for the welfare of the things that he brings back from the dead. It's just about doing the experiment and refining it and doing the research. And in that way, he's kind of a sociopath. And I think it ultimately comes to a head in Bride of the Reanimator, where he literally creates life. And upon creating the life, and this is also the core of the Victor Frankenstein character, and it was so brilliant of Brian Yuzna to sort of fuse those two things. We're going to do Bride because, you know, H.P. Lovecraft based Reanimator is him trying to tell Frankenstein and the story of Frankenstein in a completely different way. So West is Victor Frankenstein, and much like Victor Frankenstein rejects his monstrous creation, Herbert West too sort of immediately loses interest the moment that he does it. He brings the bride to life, and she's confused and like disoriented, and he kind of goes, I made you, I created you. And that's all he cares about. It's about inflating his ego through the fetish of doing this dark experiment. And he doesn't care anything for her. And when she realizes that she's this like horrific, monstrous creation, she says, "You don't want me, then what do you want?" And then she proceeds to rip herself to pieces. And that essence is totally in Julie. Kurt brings, it's like he's transfused Reanimator into Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Kurt brings Julie back to life because he loves her. And then once he sees what she really is, his love is tested because he sees her eating brains, and all of a sudden their love is tested in the sense of like, could he love her even if she was this brain-eating, decomposing zombie? And at first he's shocked and he throws up and he says, "I don't want you," or like, "How could you do that?" Blah, 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 blah. He struggles with what he's done and what she's become. And her ultimate reaction is much like the bride in Bride of Reanimator. She throws herself off of the LA bridge and tries to kill herself. But as we know, she can't die. So what I want to do real quick, because I was reminded, I want to show you. So this is what I wrote in my Letterboxd review. I feel like we have to go here for a second and take a look at this before we continue on with Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Just give me 1 second while I pull it up. Come on. See here, Return of the Living Dead Part 3. All right. Here, let's share our. Oh, we can't really share our screen. I'm just going to have to read this. Oh, you know what I can do actually? Let's do this. How about? Let's see if this works. Where is my review? I want my review of Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Where's my review here? Logged. Let's see if this brings me to it here. Here we go. There it is. Okay. So here, I'm gonna read this to you the best I can. Sorry for the glare. Let's see what happens when I tilt it. As much as I love Return of the Living Dead, I love this equally, but for different reasons. And with every viewing, the seams become easier and easier to notice. I'm referring to watching it on Blu-ray. The VHS to Blu-ray progression doesn't help either. But when I first saw it on VHS at 14 or 15 years old, from Music Plus Movies Horror Section RIP, I talked about this. It gutted me. I sat there with my jaw hanging to the ground as the credits rolled in pure disbelief that a movie could end like that. I was destroyed as I was embarrassed that I could feel the finality of death from a movie that was the third in what was technically a spin-off series called Return of the Living Dead. How could the third entry to any franchise have such an impact? I think it is the single biggest, and I think that is the single biggest blemish that causes such polarization amongst monster kids. It should be just known as Kurt and Julie. It easily stands on its own. So I'm saying the fact that it's called Return of the Living Dead Part 3 really sort of hurts it a little bit, or is a bit of a blemish. Obviously, there's a lot of Romeo and Juliet stuff in here. A phenomenal starting point for a fresh direction after a follow-up serving of ham and cheese, and I'm referring to Return of the Living Dead Part 2. Underneath the layer of star-crossed lovers separated by life and death, there's a second layer that imprints vampiric addiction to a zombie setting. So what they're doing is they're applying the vampiric struggle of craving blood and putting it instead in a zombie setting with needing brains. And it sort of destroys the rules a bit in the process. In the first film, it is the pain of being dead that drives them to consume. In this one, it is reversed. Being in pain makes the hunger go away. And it works as a fantastic springboard for themes of self-destruction in the form of mutilation and pseudo-BSM. That's true. So even though they go they go in the complete opposite direction and contradict themselves, it creates a springboard for the themes that they explore of, people who mutilate themselves and BDSM. Addiction, pulling someone and everyone around them closer to death than life. No, sorry, these sentences are written weird. It's my fault. Addiction, pulling someone and everyone around them closer to death than life. So Julie is closer to death than life, and she pulls Kurt and everything else that she comes in contact with her closer to death than life. To the brink where, Kurt loses his life as a result. And it's funny, he doesn't lose his life because of her. He loses his life because of his choices of bringing her back. And despite their adolescent sophomoric pipe dream fantasies, these choices find our doomed lovers down in the sewers, so close to a literal ladder that leads back to a surface if Julie can just hold it together as Kurt continues to enable her behavior because of his own self-centered fears. So to break that down, because that was a very pregnant sentence, they have these adolescent sophomoric pipe dream fantasies. They want to make it to Seattle. He's going to get a gig in a band. She's going to watch him play all night and just party, even though she's a decomposing zombie that eats brains. It's just like, it's a pipe dream, man. And it's sophomoric. There's nothing to, it's like what a teenager would want. A teenager, wants to just run away and join the circus, that sort of thing. The choices that they make, or these choices that find our doomed lovers down in the sewers, meaning that with every choice that they make, progressively leads them literally down into the gutter. In the same way that addiction might bring you to the gutter, Julie brings Kurt down into the gutter with her because of her addiction to brains. And at the very end, as they're barricading themselves in from the literal zombie element that's coming to consume Kurt, it's not going to harm Julie, Kurt, and the Riverman, there's a ladder that leads up to the light, like literally like a ladder. If you think about it from a drug addict perspective, they need of clawing your way back up to the surface, of clawing your way to the light. And there's light that shoots down from the manhole that they need to crawl up to escape utter defeat. So close to a literal ladder that it leads back to the surface. If Julie can just hold it together. And Julie can't hold it together. She can't control her urges. And Kurt continues to enable her behavior because of his own self-centered fears. Kurt's self-centered fear is that he'll be alone and that he'll lose his love. So he enables her to do the things that prevent them from crawling back to the surface. And then finally, it takes the death of their newest ally, the Riverman, for Kurt to finally have a moment of clarity to recognize just how crazy that all of this is. And in that, we reach another layer that goes hand in hand with addiction, codependency. So Kurt is codependent with Julie because of his fear of being alone, and he enables her addictive brain-eating behavior because he doesn't want to be alone, because he wants to make things work with Julie. Brian Yuzna wrote a treatment for a fourth entry called Hail Mary. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And we are given a taste of the synopsis in a fantastic and sprawling tome that is a complete history of Return of the Living Dead. I hope the full treatment sees the light of day in the future. I would love to read it or have Brian and John Penny team up again. As much as I love Return of the Living Dead, I love this equally, but for different reasons. And with I repeated that. It looks like I copy pasted it twice. So there you have it, folks. So that was, thanks for sticking around for that. But that's my full breakdown, man. That's my full breakdown about what this movie is about, why it's special, why I appreciate it so freaking much, man. I love this film. I really, really do. Here is a shot of the Riverman done up in his torturous exoskeleton. Parody is balanced by having a script with comedic elements, getting laughs from the audience before the horror kicks in. After it does, the film has to play it straight, so the audience stays with the drama. I would say that's not what happens. Maybe that's what happens in Return of the Living Dead 1, but not Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Above, Jamaican-born Basil Wallace in a Timothy Ralston-designed exoskeleton. So this exoskeleton weighed nearly 75 pounds. And then here, this is the Rogues Gallery of zombies, of trioxin barrel zombies. And these were all designed by the same guy, Wayne Toth. So like I said, everybody was given things to do, in special effects. They had 5 special effects departments rolling deep. Got to roll deep. So this is interesting. So we were looking at the cover before the poster art. This is the image that I guess was used. Let's see what this says. The most iconic image of Melinda Clarke as Julie, which featured on movie posters, video cassettes, DVD covers, and magazines. So that's the actual still that was taken. And then what they did was, they, through Photoshop magic and processing magic, they turned it into, they went from this to that. So it's the exact same image. And they cropped out the background and put this background behind her, and I love it. I love this tree branch against the red with the full moon. It's just we talked about this image already, but it's just so excellent. But that's the original image, and it looks like it's her in the sewer. That's her in the sewer that they took that image from, and it just works, man. It's such a great, just a great image. Thomas C. Rannon says, "There's nothing worse than a Living Dead picture without the rotting Walking Dead." Jim Himmel says, "I watched it recently after many years. It is still fun with great effects, and I'm proud to have been a part of the Return legacy." Me too, man. I'm glad you were too. This is musician and movie heavy Mike Moroff as Santos with Pia Reyes as Alicia. So I didn't realize he's a musician as well. But yeah, you see him in a bunch of stuff. He's a character actor. He's in a ton of jazz. I feel like you see him in stuff. And there's Basil Wallace. He's about to help Kurt and Julie. Brian Yuzna says, "It surprised me when I have been asked by interviewers about turning away from comedy in the film. See, what kills me is I really wish I could just literally read the text, the entire section, top to bottom, just talking about this." J. Trevor. Why do I always pronounce his name wrong? J. Trevor Edmond says, "I was so nervous about how the film was going to be perceived. I have heard from a couple people that it came together very well, and the feedback, and that was the feedback I got prior to seeing it. Then when I finally saw it, I had a private screening, and it was just me and my girlfriend, and I was subjective in viewing it. And I had to ask her before getting my own opinion, what did you think? And she had mostly positive things to say. And then we actually went around to the premiere. I heard about all this press that was going to be brought in. And it was the day of the premiere. And it was the day when the Malibu fire started in 1993. And literally one press outlet showed up. Damn. Out of the 20 or 30 that were originally planned. So literally nobody showed up for my first big premiere. I was thinking to myself, straight to video, no one's ever going to be talking about this. No one's ever going to be seeing this movie. And here we are almost 20 years later, and you're writing a book about it. Pretty cool. So here's some more effects shots. There is the makeup process that they're putting it on. Oh no, this is a head actually. So this is a fake head. Behind the scenes footage of test makeup busts of Julie Walker in Steve Johnson's workshop. So this is how Steve Johnson workshopped the makeup that they were going to use in Return of the Living Dead Part 3. Pretty cool. I think we're near the end. We're just going to finish this up here. Brian Yuzna says, "It didn't occur to me that it might alienate the fans, I guess, because I'm a fan myself, and the direction we were going in didn't alienate me." Yeah, man. I agree. So there is the cameo by Anthony Hickox, makeup effects on Anthony Hickox, director of Hellraiser 3 and Warlock the Armageddon. I didn't know he did Warlock. And below, this is the prototype of the exoskeleton to be worn by Basil Wallace. The suit was so uncomfortable and heavy that it left bruises on Wallace's body. And here you go. Here's the thing about Return of the Living Dead Part 4. So this was Brian Yuzna's original idea for Return of the Living Dead Part 4. And it's a shame that he and John Penny couldn't re-team up and make this the Part 4, and that we got the Part 4 that we got, because I would kill to read the full 3-page treatment. And I'm so grateful that Brian, even if I had to ask Brian Yuzna one question, it would be about this treatment. And I wish that he would just, if he's never going to make it, then I wish we could just have it online and read about it, or that it would get turned into a comic book. That would be the ideal thing, I think. Just turn it into a comic book. Don't even bother making it into a film. Have someone license it and do a story about it. Maybe Brian Yuzna would be agreeable to such a thing. Who knows? Brian Yuzna. At one point, for some reason, I thought there was interest in making another sequel, and I thought of Hail Mary. This, when I read this, my jaw dropped open, because I was going, there was going to be a follow-up? How do you do a follow-up with the ending like Return of the Living Dead 3? He goes, I thought of Hail Mary. I can't remember too many specifics. Damn you, Brian. But I do know that I have a 3-page outline somewhere in my files. Kills me. It kills me. The setup had something to do with runaway kids in an underground goth club in Hollywood who hear about the now mythic romantic story of Kurt and Julie, and the rumor of a group of disaffected teens living behind the barriers of the city, which the military has sealed off to contain the rampaging Living Dead pandemic. So what happens at the end of Return of the Living Dead 3 is that maybe it erupts into a full-scale pandemic that leaks out of that facility. People live in closed-off cities. It's the future. Kids hanging, a group of disaffected kids hanging out behind the barriers of the city. They're outside of the barriers of the city. And there's underground golf clubs in Hollywood. And then here, check this out. Ready? Once inside the apocalyptic downtown, they find the group headed by a girl called Hail Mary, who's cruel, merciless, and sexy, who has learned to live with the pain and the hunger of being dead. How cool is that, man? That captures my imagination to no end. Like, oh my God. The group is headed by a girl called Hail Mary, who's cruel, merciless, and sexy, and who has learned to live with the pain and the hunger of being dead. So she's learned to live as a zombie, and that just opens things up for so much more stuff. And then we get this garbage instead. Garbage. But we'll save that for what I think is going to be probably the final chapter of our sprawling saga covering the complete history of Return of the Living Dead. But I'm not looking forward to it. Look at the junky posters. Just junk. It looks like a 5th grader photoshopped these online. These look like fake posters. Disgusting. I'm so disgusted by this. All right, listen, it's 2:04 and I need to wake up my daughter from her afternoon nap to give her lunch. Thank you again for joining us. If you like this stuff, please subscribe, please like, please leave a comment. Please let the ads play all the way through. If you get hit with an ad, that so helps me. You don't even know how that helps me. So again, thank you so much. Until next time, this is your host, Jeff of the Jeff So, saying peace and hair grease.